We're doing an audio check in Lee Anderson for the human trafficking event. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2. Are you hearing me, Isaiah? Okay. Is that a good check since we have people in the room? You want to do it again? 10-4. Thank you. Check, check. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
too. Like, At the turn of the 20th century, America was a land of limitless possibility. The skyline rose with steel and ambition, bold, daring, and unstoppable. Fueled by the American dream, small-town entrepreneurs built companies that reshaped industries and uplifted their communities. Innovation became the heartbeat of our nation. In 1912, local business leaders united with a shared purpose: to create a single voice dedicated to defending free enterprise, empowering businesses to serve people, provide solutions, and strengthen society. That voice became the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, committed to advancing economic freedom and opportunity for every American. For over a century, we've been a driving force at the crossroads of progress, shattering barriers, fueling growth, and creating opportunities for people building better lives. We don't just support business, we ignite it. From local startups to global enterprises, we create an environment where potential thrives, empowering communities, leaders, and creators to transform bold ideas into lasting impact. Working with and for a local, national, and global federation of partners, we fight for American businesses in the courts, in state capitals, in Washington, and on the world stage. Steadfast in our principles, unwavering in our resolve, uncompromising in doing what's right. This is America's story, written with vision, bound by conviction, illustrated through courage, and enriched by the hard work of everyday people, local business owners, and global visionaries who continue to define us. It's an enduring legacy of strength, determination, and shared ambition. One we proudly build upon as we work to write the next chapter of our nation's story. Join us. Together, let's build a future of growth and opportunity for the pursuit.
Good morning. My name is Michael Billett. I'm Senior Director of Policy Research of the Employment Policy Division and the Program Director of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's Task Force to Eradicate Human Trafficking. First, for people on the live stream and in the room, I would like to thank the sponsors of today's events, Counterforce Labor Technologies, Justice U, Vision, and our strategic partners, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Center for Counter Human Trafficking and their associated Blue Campaign, which is a component of the center. So I want to get in today what human trafficking is and how this event is structured. Human trafficking is a global problem affecting millions of people each year who are illegally lured into forced labor and sexual exploitation through force, fraud, or coercion. The International Labor Organization estimates that 27.6 million people worldwide in 2022 were victims of this crime. And the U.S. Department of Homeland Security estimates that human trafficking is second only to drug trafficking as the most profitable form of transnational crime, generating millions of dollars a year in illicit profit. In fact, human trafficking is referred today as modern-day slavery. Right now, I wanted to briefly discuss why the U.S. Chamber is committed to addressing forced labor and supply chains and sex trafficking. As you are aware, businesses face an economic, reputational, and legal risk if they or their suppliers engage in such conduct. And companies are taking proactive steps to identify and detect, remedy, and correct instances of forced labor. And U.S. and multinational companies are facing compliance burdens of supply chain due diligence laws in the U.S. and throughout the world. And while these laws are well-intended and they're intended to root out the cause of forced labor, they are not being uniformly applied regarding which sectors are being covered. Increasingly, the business community is playing a game of whack-a-mole, where once the supply chain due diligence law is enacted in one country, another country is just jumping on this bandwagon, and it's becoming to say that these laws are unworkable and just impracticable. And today's event marks the continuation of a constructive dialogue between us, the business community, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the public sector to eradicate human trafficking. And I want to talk just a second about what the task force does. And the task force, we're working to align the activities in the private sector and the federal government through the Chamber's task force. It's a member-oriented, we're a membership-based organization, and the task force is an advisory group made up of our members who work with the federal government and the private sector to develop holistic solutions and provide one voice. It develops toolkits. We have one for people on the table. We have our very latest edition of the Counterforced Labor Journal, and that will be posted later online for people watching on the live stream. We host forums like this one, and then we also engage in advocacy work to shine a spotlight how to solve this problem. And we know that the business community is at the forefront of effective change. Every business is in every community throughout in the United States. And I was talking to somebody, and they told me, look, this problem is global in scale, but it looks different in every local level. And there are numerous anti-human trafficking initiatives underway. We have the federal government here. We have state and local entities. We have law enforcement. We have non-governmental organizations. We have trade associations, and we have our member companies. And at today's event, you're going to hear about how these entities are tackling this problem. And throughout the day, speakers are going to discuss 4 approaches to guide today's discussion: criminal justice, public health, human rights, and what I would call the morality approach. First, I'm going to provide an overview of each type, starting with criminal justice. Criminal justice focuses on arresting and prosecuting the traffickers. It involves utilizing law enforcement, incarceration, fines, and penalties to deter and punish them. Second, there's a growing recognition that we need a public health approach, and a public health approach aims to reduce risk factors associated with trafficking, and that includes economic hardship, social isolation, and lack of familiar support networks. I was just reading the other day that 40% of trafficking in this country alone is from familiar trafficking, and it really is heartbreaking, but this is part of the component of what we're trying to address here at the Chamber. Third, I have to say, the human rights approach says that everyone deserves basic human rights, and it advocates for laws, systems, and services that ensures that these rights are upheld. And finally, the ethical approach focuses on individual conduct. It's up to each of us to conduct ourselves in an ethical manner, and this is a crime, and this is illegal, immoral, and unjust, and we all have to come together and solve this problem. So with that, I have to say that the root of this is really having compassion for other people who are not in circumstances that you have. Because we're very fortunate here at the Chamber. We have business owners, we have trade associations, we have people being employed, but throughout the country and throughout the world, that isn't always the case. And I know it's hard for people to imagine and fathom, but if we just look back, we're all trying to really get at what is causing this and how to address this. And if we don't have compassion for the other people, we're not going to move forward. And that's really what's guiding all 4 of these approaches. So I want to thank you for today's sponsors. I know we're going to hear from a survivor, an internet abduction survivor at the very end, and they're going to teach us about lived experience experts, which is an important component. But I want to thank again our sponsors, and I hope you enjoys today's program and find it informative. And I'm going to call up the first panel to the stage. So Marquis, stage yours.
Because she did not want to miss the time this morning. So thank you in advance for your patience as we sort out technology, which is a gift and an adventure. Okay, Rochelle. Oh, that worked out perfectly. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can we hear you? Will you say something?
Hi, everyone from Poland. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you well. This is fantastic. Well, everyone, it is such an honor to get to be with you to kick off our first panel of today. Thank you, Michael, for the privilege of getting to be here. It's quite a robust agenda. So I would encourage you, as I briefly introduce our speakers, if you have not had a chance to look at the speaker bios on the event page, please take some time to do so, because I cannot do justice to their backgrounds in the 20 minutes we've been allotted. But we have the privilege of starting the morning around data. So the title of this panel is Data Methodology and Aggregation. It is a great title. It also doesn't do justice to the enthusiasm that we have around this topic, because I don't know if you've heard the adage or the analogy that data is like the new oil. Unless it's mined and properly sourced, it's not as valuable. But where data is, you get the right insights to action against a problem that we all are here to help solve. So joining us today to my left is John. John is the CEO and founder of Allies Against Slavery. Let me share briefly again about that organization. They're dedicated to providing communities the necessary data to identify and prevent human trafficking. And in 2018, they developed a software program called Lighthouse that we're going to hear more about as we go throughout this conversation. So John, we're honored you're here all the way from Austin, Texas.
Thanks, Marquis.
Such a pleasure. And then to John's left, we have Dr. Shelley Wagers. She also comes to us from the great state of Florida, so we've got quite the representation across the country. And Dr. Wagers is an associate professor of criminology, and she's also the director of the Bright Project. In addition to that, the associate director of the TIPS Lab. And we'll hear a synergy between the TIPS Lab and Lighthouse as we dive in. And then finally, as you all met, Rochelle, she is the founder and CEO of the Collective Liberty. So they're a national nonprofit leveraging data, intelligence, and training to disrupt human trafficking networks across the US. Her work bridges the gap between public and private sectors to protect survivors and help disrupt trafficking networks. So quite the panel of experts, and we're going to start with you, John. Would you help us understand more about what Allies Against Slavery does? And then we'll go from there.
Thanks, Marquis. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you this morning. Marquis set this up well. I don't think that a panel discussion on methodology and aggregation is necessarily the thing that gets you out of bed first thing in the morning here for the opening panel, but the value of data, as you so articulately put it for us, Marquis, that it is the new oil. And I think that is the passion that Allies Against Slavery brings to this fight. We want to make sure that data is leveraged so that we can go on offense against traffickers. Our vision is that one day every community in this country would have all the data that it needs, not just to effectively combat trafficking, but ultimately begin to move upstream to try to prevent this from ever happening in the first place. One of the things that we began to see pretty quickly was not just that individual organizations were having challenges identifying victims and collecting data, but that was a problem that was compounding as it rolled uphill. So states were facing a very significant challenge. The data they wanted to access to help answer this key question, what does trafficking look like in our state, either didn't exist, or where it did exist, it was fragmented. And so it lived in silos. And we began to develop Lighthouse to solve that particular challenge, to help identify victims and then ultimately to bring multiple sources of data together in one place so that state leaders, NGOs, and others who are part of this ecosystem of folks combating trafficking could get smarter about what this looked like, and then begin to understand if the solutions and the dollars that were going out the door were actually making an impact. And so it's been our honor to partner statewide in Texas, Louisiana, and most recently Florida. We'll talk a little bit more about that partnership as Shelley's here today. And to date, we've been able to screen over 200,000 vulnerable individuals, identify over 20,000 victims of trafficking, and then bring data together around arrests, prosecutions, demand, businesses of interest, put all of that in one place, essentially as a single operating system, if you will, for the anti-trafficking ecosystem at the state level.
Mildly impressive. Well done. No, we're thrilled about the progress you're making and then extending it well beyond the state of Texas. And Rochelle comes to us, again, greetings from Europe. What's so fascinating when you look at both of their bodies of work, one of the key themes is breaking down silos and enabling collaboration between organizations or groups that traditionally do not work together. So Rochelle, would you share with us, because one of the things you were passionate about in our prep call was the ability to traverse state lines, county lines, city lines, and help these separate entities work together to solve the problem. So please share with us more about Collective Liberty and what you're seeing in that space.
Absolutely. Nice to be here. Thank you all. So we launched the Human Trafficking Fusion Center in 2018. Thomson Reuters Foundation in London was a key supporter, as well as the governor's office in Texas. And I was a prosecutor in Philadelphia for 6 years, became a DA the same year the trafficking offense was a state crime. So it's all new, right? And the jurisdictions prosecuting and investigating these cases are limited by their jurisdictional boundaries. And as I was prosecuting the cases, I realized, okay, so I'm not supposed to go outside Philadelphia, but these traffickers are. And some of the stronger evidence is things they did in Florida or New York. So what's the solution here? And at the time, there were only about 20 offices that were not federal in the US that were tackling trafficking. So it was a small group of us. And basically, I was volunteered as tribute. They're like, someone needs to be collecting this data agnostic of jurisdiction so that we can build these cases and take them to our supervisors. I tried to get the fusion centers that already exist to help, but there wasn't funding or a real mandate. So here we are. I got some support from the state of Texas, and it's been pretty glorious working at the state level because I think they feel the pain a little bit more poignantly than the federal level because they don't have the infrastructure for that cross-jurisdictional data sharing outside of the typical areas of organized crime. So it's been really valuable. We've had a lot of local partnerships help bring that together, and using the identifiable data on the specific traffickers and their network behavior crossing jurisdictions has really proven the concept of silo busting and has increased our state collaborations well beyond the state of Texas. They were an excellent, strong test case, I would say. And while we still work with and love Texas, we're glad to use that example to inspire others to sort of tackle it. And as John said, that upstream work is necessary. So that's been our focus from the beginning, is collecting the data on the traffickers, their behavior, what they're doing and where. And while law enforcement is our primary audience, that, as probably the business people in the room can understand, is really valuable to businesses that are trying to stop it within their supply chains and their business models as well. So it's been really helpful in that collaboration, I would say, across jurisdictions.
That's fantastic. And can you explain, before we jump to Dr. Wagers, how your use of identifiable intelligence differs from more traditional data analysis and what those outcomes have yielded?
Absolutely. So one helpful factor when we're trying to do actual investigations, like to go arrest a specific person or stop a specific business, has been that identifiable piece. So we can also then see, oh, it's not just a business in Florida. This is a network of businesses in these 12 states, and then build out that network graph and then provide evidence that can be used to make arrests, seize assets, and both identify and extract survivors from those trafficking instances. So we're working directly with enforcement to help them enforce against trafficking. And that also has informed public policy because we're able to deduplicate data and show, okay, it looks like 42 businesses, but it's actually 11 because there were slightly different naming conventions or a different spelling of the middle name, but it was the same person. So we're able to inform certain public policy elements as well. And then I think also that collaboration with academia is really important because we're on the ground dealing with it like in real time, right? And so sometimes you learn lessons a month later when a new case shows up that you didn't have available to you a month before. And if at that academic level they're doing a broad analysis, maybe a year later, they might be able to, bring all those lessons in and analyze it in a different way because it's outside of sort of our immediate wheelhouse of what we're focused on. So it's a good multiple layers of that data collection and analysis piece.
It certainly displays the power of collaborating across strengths and skill sets, which brings us perfectly to Dr. Wagers with the University of South Florida. It's not meant to be law enforcement or universities or businesses only, but the collective together. And I know for Allies Against Slavery, your first big analysis was with the University of Texas, and now you've continued partnerships like that with the University of South Florida. So Dr. Wagers, you've had quite the month with July 9th launching a historic report for the state of Florida, giving them not just data, but insights into what trafficking looks like across your state. So help us understand what all you've been up to with the TIP Lab and everything happening there.
Thank you. And to go along with my other two panelists here, I think the key behind the TIP Lab, which is the Trafficking in Persons lab that Dr. Reed started, and I work with her in that lab, is the idea of building partnerships and collaborations to leverage data to make better informed decisions. That is really our goal. And so I love that both my fellow panelists here talk about academia's involvement. I think that's the one partner that hasn't been at the table often enough. We look at data very differently. And yes, we recently did our first annual state report, which is the first of its kind in the nation. And the reason it's the first of its kind, falling off of Texas law, Dr. Joan Reed expanded the law, and USF worked to get it passed a few years ago to unsilo the data, as John is talking about, all into one place. And that is so important, and people need to understand why that's important. It's important because every stakeholder in this room as a business partner, law enforcement, nonprofit, or lived experience collects their own data for the purpose of how they do their business. So it's biased in very specific ways. It shows each of us a piece of a puzzle. If you don't unsilo it and put it all in one place, you're never looking at the whole picture. However, all of that readily available government data that we get all the time, open source, which is great, allies contributed, I think the illicit massage business data and some other data that didn't fall under our state law, misses what we call in criminology the hidden figure of crime. And the hidden figure of crime are the individuals who are not coming for services, who are not running into law enforcement or the health department, who are not reporting. So we added to all of that data collection of a self-report survey throughout the state of Florida. And in that, we found there were 200,000 people who self-identified as being sex trafficking victims and over 500,000 as labor that were not contained in any of the other data we collected. We also added to that the data on the project I work on, which is BRIGHT, which is Bridging Resources and Information Gaps in Human Trafficking. It's a victim service connector. And so in that data, we get individuals who might not be in the law enforcement data, health data, and the other 30 agencies we got, or even the data that allies supplied to us, that are seeking services. So we put all of that together to create a comprehensive picture. Would not have been possible without a partnership with our local state government who passed a law. Organizations do not give us data if you don't have a law. Even with the law, there was resistance to get the data. What that can mean for business partners is the same idea. If we had more of business partners' data and we put it in one place, we start to get the whole pieces of the puzzle. And then we can generate reports as an academic organization that are objective. They're not fronting any one particular group over another one. It's aggregated. All of this in the lab came from a needs assessment we did. And that's the other point I'd like to raise. I think all of the panelists are great. Everything we're doing is great. But you got to go into the field. And as academics, we have to talk to the people in the field and lived experience experts and front their voice in everything we do. Because what data are we really looking at? So as a criminologist, I can tell you all of our law enforcement data is seriously flawed and biased. It contains all of the myths we have or biases. It fronts arresting men as Johns and not looking as much as women. You know, it also arrests a lot of women in prostitution that really were victims. And we really have to understand that it also leaves out a lot of our most vulnerable populations. So when we're looking at that data, if we don't understand these biases, we make bad laws and bad policies off of what's there and continue to leave out the groups that are the most vulnerable because they're not contained in big government data. So that's why everything, you know, we're trying to do, my fellow panelists, Rochelle and John, is looking at that government data, but also going into the field and gathering the real time, the real data, and merging it so we can start to see the real picture of what's there. So that's what we've been up to. And our goal in the lab is to disrupt trafficking and is to create a state model that other states can come to us and follow. Now, you mentioned local level, right? Local level is important because that's where it's fought. So even in Florida, when we did our needs assessment, they kept saying to me zip code level data, meaning my county, my neighborhood. So an added layer we did in the state report was the ability to drill down all of that aggregate comprehensive data all the way to the county level and generate a weighted score that highlights per county their vulnerabilities and risks to trafficking, combated by what are they doing in their response to trafficking and how they're building resilience and prevention to come up with a score that can help them year after year determine how well am I really doing, and to illuminate for many people in our state who say it's not in their county, it's in everybody's backyard.
Shelley, that brings up a great point. Not only is data potentially siloed between counties and zip codes, but we know in a room like this, we have representation across NGOs, government, businesses, other parts of the private sector. So John, would you help us understand how we can better start to integrate and we talk about aggregating data. How do you even begin that kind of endeavor? And what invitation do you have for those in the room that potentially haven't stepped in to being a part of the solution?
Marky, I think relationship is actually the first answer for that, and it might be the counterintuitive one at some level. You might be thinking, well, there's got to be a technical solution to this and a very complex way that we can merge all of these different data sets and bring people to the table. But at the end of the day, what we have discovered is that the technical solutions are often the easiest, and the human solutions are often the hardest. And so for data to cross jurisdiction, as Rochelle was talking about, or for different sectors to come together and share data, as Shelley was talking about, it comes down to trust. And I think that what we have seen is that when you can start to build relationship across these sectors and across these domains, that's the fundamental ingredient. So a little bit of that can go a long way. And one of the other things that we like to do is feed people. And again, that sounds silly, but hey, Michael, thanks for providing breakfast this morning. You got us all in the room together. So trust is the first thing, relationship. I think from that point, we can build on solid data sharing agreements. There are legal precedents for this, and I think where often collaboratives get hung up is understanding what's legal, what's ethical, and then having misconceptions around that. And education is a big part of that. So you build the relationship and trust, and then you educate around what is legally possible. And you can structure very sound data sharing agreements that then allow for those data sharing pipelines to be laid. And then I think the final step is starting to demonstrate the value of that data being integrated and then aggregated. And Shelley actually did a great job of highlighting one way that you can deliver value at a community level is by layering data sets, pulling that information together, and then actually showing people what that looks like. I think so often we've been in data extraction mode in this movement, but we haven't returned that value back to multidisciplinary stakeholders very effectively. And I think if we can begin to show the power of that intersecting data, then we start to build the case for doing more of that. Just a small example of that, we began to see in West Texas this very interesting phenomenon. And once you hear this, it might be kind of a no-brainer, but at first it was sort of this interesting case study. You start to look at a county in West Texas, Ector County, and at first blush, right, you just see a county with very low screenings for victims of human trafficking or those who are vulnerable to trafficking, so low screenings. And then that's one data set in isolation. The next data set in isolation you might see is higher than normal arrests for human trafficking, which is a signal around activity in that community. Take that data set, set it aside. The next data set you might see is high numbers of buyers, indicating high demand in that community for commercial sex. You take that data set and set it aside. The next data set you look at might be more community-based data, high levels of poverty, high levels of incarcerated youth or kids in the foster care system. Take that, set it aside, and you're getting the picture, right? You can look at 10 different data sources in isolation for one community, and they tell you something, but it's not that complete picture that Shelley was talking about. When you layer those together, all of a sudden you see a perfect storm for exploitation with very little safety net, and can start to actually work with local leaders and organizations to target the right interventions in that community. So I think the business case for us is to recognize that we don't have the full picture, as Shelley was saying, and that if we actually want to develop a robust solution, either for our supply chains or our business sites, if we're running hotels or in the hospitality industry, for instance, we want to reduce risk on site, or if we're in the business of actually taking care of people and helping craft policy or solutions that serve survivors, then we actually need that three-dimensional view. So I would say relationship, strong legal and data sharing agreements, and then delivering value back to the communities that we're trying to tell that story about with the data so that we can start to understand why it matters.
Well, on that note, I think it's a brilliant ending point just to acknowledge that data is a vital part of our work. It's not the whole story, but it's a non-negotiable in our day and age. And you see the power of collaboration, breaking down silos. So I am really hopeful about what potentially comes from today's forum and the discussions hereafter. So Michael, we'll turn it back to you for the next panel. Thank you all so much. And Rochelle, thank you so much for joining us from Europe.
Thank you, Rochelle, for joining us from Europe, too. As we move on to the next panel, as I organized the event, I thought, we have one panel on data methodology and aggregation, but that's great, so what? You know, when I'm thinking about this, we have all this information, but how is it being acted upon? So I'm gonna call Michael Harley from the Next Solutions Group to join the next panel and talk about how to turn this evidence into practice.
Good morning, everybody. So on this panel discussion, what we're going to look at is actually from data to action. So what better group, I thought, for this iteration than to again invite back from the IRS Criminal Investigations Special Agent in Charge from New York, Chavis, and also we have the Chief Communications Officer, Josh Thomas from Flock Safety. So with these two folks, as we get into their introductions and their backgrounds, we're going to start with impact. What have they done in the space? So as everybody is working to network and share data, make recommendations, the enforcement side of it is really important. And so in this case, I think both of your backgrounds speak volumes. We'll start on the far end there with the Chief Communications Officer for Flock Safety, Josh Thomas. Josh, can you tell us a little bit about why you joined Flock and kind of Flock's role in this space for countering human trafficking?
Hello? Got my eye on this guy right here. He's giving me the nods and the thumbs up. So I joined Flock Safety about 7 years ago. Company's only been around for 8 years. It is a venture-backed startup. Partly I joined because I am a tech optimist, but I'm also a human realist in that I believe that technology can be used for good and can really help make our communities tremendously safer. But we also know that humans are, when given opportunity, can skirt around the edges and use things that can actually exploit and harm others. And a lot of that comes down to incentives and why people are doing the things that they're doing. But we'll get into a bunch of that today. But the first thing that I wanted to touch on is that this is actually not my first technology company I worked for. The first one I worked for was with the same founders of this company. We worked for a sports and entertainment group. And we worked to help make live events more fun. And that was really great. It was a lot of fun to do that, but it didn't have the same level of impact as if you are delivering actionable evidence that helps law enforcement do their job to solve crime. And that's what our mission became at Flock Safety, is how do we provide real evidence into this gap, right? We all know that violent crime is a tremendously a hard problem to solve. Fewer than half of violent crimes get solved. Majority of property crime goes completely unsolved. Part of that is because of a lack of resourcing for local law enforcement. They just don't have enough people. It's hard to hire good people, hard to get them in the doors. It's we talked about earlier in the first panel, data silos, a lot of challenges around getting the right information to the right person. Even a traditional local law enforcement officer might have 15 different screens up at once on their laptop, and they're looking at each of these different tools, trying to get different pieces of information. So it's really difficult for one person to leverage all of their data, let alone collaborate with others. But at Flock Safety, we build hardware and software that helps provide evidence to solve crime. That means license plate readers, live video cameras, drones as a first responder. These are autonomous drones that are built here in America. We have a 100,000 square foot warehouse down in our headquarters in Atlanta. And we're manufacturing all this hardware today. We're also leveraging software, AI, computer vision to help provide the real evidence needed to go solve crime. We work with about 5,000 local law enforcement agencies, a bunch of different state-level law enforcement, but also 1,000 private businesses. We're at every Lowe's in America, Home Depot, Kroger, Ulta Beauty. And the reason this matters is because we actually have to have the collaboration with the private industry and local law enforcement, given a lot of the resourcing constraints we talked about earlier. And I'll just end the introduction on this part, that one of the things that I'm the most proud about in the last 7 years working at Flock is that our technology has helped provide the evidence to recover over 1,000 missing people. We have partnerships with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We're dealing with Safe House Project, and it's about providing the evidence that actually recovers real humans and brings them back and returns them to their families. You want your seat too? Oh, there we go.
Look at that.
Magician.
So Special Agent in Charge, Chavis, talk to us a little bit about your background and what exactly is the role for the IRS Criminal Investigations in countering human trafficking?
All right, got one that's working, so great. So yeah, thank you. And my background, of course, I have spent almost 24 years in federal law enforcement, all of that with IRS criminal investigation. And of course, I am biased, but we are one of the only federal law enforcement agencies that focuses truly 100% on financial investigations. So, of course, our bread and butter is criminal tax investigations, but by us conducting those complex criminal tax investigations where we're tracing the flow of funds, peeling back layers of shell companies and corporations that are used to disguise. It allows us to kind of be a player and an expert in all kinds of complex financial investigations. So it really opens the door for us to join many other criminal investigations that focus on a financial angle. A lot of that traditionally has gone back where we kind of started organized crime and drug cases, but that certainly plays a critical role in trafficking cases as well. You know, my background, of course, all 24 years been with IRSCI. I've bounced around quite a bit to some of our field offices, but you know, I am certainly not the most important person representing IRSCI here today. I've brought with me one of our special agents from the New York field office who is really leading our efforts and our initiatives in human trafficking. She's the one on the ground working, assigned to task force with DHS, HSI. She helps kind of train some of our other agents in this space, in these investigations. So critically important, besides just kind of sharing what our role is in this, I wanted to take a moment to introduce Special Agent Nabila Khatun, who, if you would kind of raise your hand for those in the audience. Critically important from hearing from me today, as we're going to discuss, I think it's critically important for us to build relationships and network because one of the things that in my 24 years I've kind of seen transition is, of course, the importance that data plays in kind of our role. As financial investigators, data is critically important to all that we do. It's evidence. It comes in all kinds of forms and shapes, whether it's banking transactions, business transactions, human intelligence for that matter. And all of that, really, we cannot do alone. We have to have partners in this space. So we're a critical player in the ability to kind of leverage our financial expertise in these investigations, because at the end of the day, these criminal enterprises and networks are in business to make a profit. And that's where we come into play, because it's easy to kind of charge and indict and bring people to justice that are players in the scheme and in the enterprise. But the way that we really impact that enterprise is really tracing the flow of funds, finding people who may not be at the entry level dealing with trafficking of the victims, but are parts of the actual enterprise and the flow of the funds. We have the ability to peel back those layers, look for those transactions that are being disguised as legitimate business transactions, and look for the opportunity to really disrupt and dismantle the organization. Certainly asset forfeiture and seizure is a critical tool that we have at our availability. But that's really kind of, you know, what we do matters, it's important, and that's kind of why we are players in this space.
Thank you for responding to that. I think it goes back to the first panel where the focus was on relationships. So the idea is being here in the room, if there's somebody you haven't connected to that can help you impact in this space, reach out to them. On the topic of disrupting and dismantling the networks, if you can take their financial resources away, you're going to force them into uncomfortable space. So, you know, when we look across the U.S. on the topic of IMBs or illicit massage businesses, that's present in every county. So I really appreciate it in the first panel, looking at data down to the zip code level. Where I currently live, I noted that there were several IMBs. And one of the challenges I found was when I brought something to law enforcement, they didn't know what to do with the data. They didn't actually understand how to move forward or how to disrupt it. And the connections were pretty obvious if you know what to look for. But again, from a resourcing standpoint, working through to have successful prosecutorial cases requires knowledge sharing, information sharing. Again, it goes back to evidence. If you're addressing violent crime and that's consuming all of their time, how do you disrupt the IMBs that are there? What's the impact to the local community? As a father of children, I know I'm trying to do my part, and it starts with education and engagement. Let them know that it's present. You know, Josh, with regards to Flock, recently you guys had a very impactful role in the dismantling in Detroit during the NFL draft. Could you share a little bit about that experience and kind of what the outcomes were?
Yeah, absolutely. And then let's come back to the IMB thing, because there's a lot of good stories around that too that are really powerful. But yeah, the 2024 NFL draft was held in Detroit. I think we would probably, some people are football fans, you would know that. One of the things that I wanted to touch on, the reason I brought up earlier, my background starting in sports and entertainment technology stuff, is you just learn a lot. A lot of opportunity there, a lot of really incredible things that you can do in the sports and entertainment industry. But one of the underbelly is one of the hard things about it is that when you bring in hundreds of thousands to millions of people to a city over a long weekend or a week of festivities, it can be really difficult and overwhelm local law enforcement and their resourcing for what's happening in those cities. Lots of parties, lots of people, lots of money, and it can be really, really difficult when they're already an under-resourced staff. But the police department in Taylor, Michigan, actually partnered with DHS on a sting operation because oftentimes when you have these big sporting events, there are a lot of human trafficking that occurs around these events. And they used our technology. They used our hardware, camera technology, license plate readers, and our software in collaboration with DHS to identify the people who were showing up to go solicit sexual exploitation of these individuals. And they were able to successfully prosecute. They were able to arrest 10 people, prosecute them, and stop that from happening at the NFL draft. And that for us was like one of those remarkable opportunities where we go, wow, a really small agency, Taylor, Michigan, it wasn't even Detroit, it's a suburb, can leverage technology in partnership with federal agencies, collaborate to be able to bring people to justice and help stop this from occurring. And that's what we're doing now, talking in the city of Atlanta. That's where our HQ is. But we got these big FIFA events that are going to be coming. We got the World Cup. We've got the Olympics. There's all these big major sporting events where a lot of stuff can happen around the periphery. And if we can enable local law enforcement with the right tools and then allow them the opportunity to collaborate with their partners across different agencies, there really is an opportunity to use this data effectively to stop this where it's starting.
Thank you, Josh. Special Agent Chavis, some of the key focus areas for the IRS include Title 26 investigations that you referenced, anti-money laundering, forensic accounting, looking into, in particular, cryptocurrency tax evasion. So in a lot of the announcements you'll see when there's some sort of exchange, somehow money needs to be transferred. And in many cases, they're leveraging either cryptocurrency, variants, gift cards. The list is pretty long. Can you give us an example in areas where the IRS has had success with hard target jurisdictions to kind of address that flow of funding? What are some examples of how you guys build partnerships or succeed in that space?
Yeah, no, and as we talk about building relationships and partnerships, I think in my 24 years, we've come a long way. We've made progress. When I was a case working agent in Atlanta 24 years ago, a lot of the financial evidence that we were using at that point to make our cases, we were conducting search warrants and bringing out boxes of records because everything was in paper format. We rarely take boxes out on search warrants now. We've moved, to a digital age, so things are in digital print, in digital format. So cryptocurrency, again, we are certainly seeing a transition in this space in all criminal elements, really, with various criminal enterprises, whether it's in the drug trafficking as well as in human trafficking, a preference of the criminal networks to transition from fiat currency into digital currency. And all technologies are great. They're intended for a great purpose. But what we see in law enforcement is those criminal enterprises are able to try and take that technology and then use it to benefit them in perpetrating their crimes, which makes it more difficult for law enforcement. So I'm happy to say that IRS criminal investigation has been a leader in cryptocurrency tracing. For example, we belong to the Department of Treasury. There's a Treasury Asset Forfeiture Fund that we and a few other law enforcement agencies belong to. We have been the leader in contributing funds to that fund because of our seizures and our abilities to track cryptocurrency in this space. So, for us, I would say I'm kind of excited for where things are headed. As I mentioned, I've seen things change over the years. As we're talking about AI and large language modeling, we're just now in the government law enforcement sector being able to really transition into that use. Because as I mentioned, financial investigations usually involve a lot of data. Those big data, and we've done a lot of good work in this space along with our partners trying to break down the silos, even within our own agency, among our civil partners in IRS. There's data that they have, there's data that we have and we acquire, trying to break down those silos, figure out how to leverage that data more in how we select investigations, how we develop leads, how we learn from the cases that we're working. All of that has been great, but it takes a lot of time and effort for a human to be able to really dig into that data, analyze it, make linkages that with the emerging technology we have the ability to do. So certainly we have done a lot of work building out public-private partnerships. You know, I bring my leadership team together a lot to talk about, and even with our partners in the law enforcement space, what are some of the roadblocks? What are some of the challenges that we're facing? What solutions do we see to kind of overcome that? But if all we do is sit around and talk about ideas and we don't put them into action, then we're not going to make a lot of progress. So I'm big on action, and I think getting out, forming these relationships, just like this event here. At the end of this event, being able to connect, pick up the phone and call people, leverage some of the organizations that are in this space that have intel, that have the ability to leverage data. We have been doing that for the last number of years, and that has truly been instrumental in our success, kind of breaking through some of these financial investigations in this space.
Can I jump in right here? I think on this financial part of it, it's really powerful to discuss the connection of what we heard earlier on the first panel, that there's a lot of private entities that have a lot of data, and they don't have the incentive to share that data. And so the opportunity there is like, how do we give them better incentives? And one of the things that we have thought at Flock Safety is, how do we help make it easier for them to both address the top line and the bottom line of their business? And then at the bottom line, right, it's we're helping stop fraud. The gift card fraud is a real problem at a lot of these big box retailers, right? They'll have all these gift cards up, people come in, they scratch them, they learn all the numbers. The second one of those gift cards gets activated, they're monitoring that, they find it, and then they're gonna go purchase things, return them back to the store, try to get the cash. These are the same criminal enterprise. This isn't just like an individual doing this. These are oftentimes organized retail crime that is doing this. And they're funding the human trafficking that's occurring everywhere else. And so the opportunity there is then, how do we then leverage our same sensors that we have at all these locations to impact their top line? So if we can incentivize the people at the top to understand that they're using these tools for other purposes, marketing incentives, understanding how they can generate more revenue for their business, stopping the crime and the theft in their businesses, then there's an opportunity then to capture that data, collaborate together, and use it with local law enforcement. In fact, that's one of the challenges that local law enforcement, as we talked about, always has in this, is they're being distracted, understandably, by the most imminent violent crimes that they're trying to tackle and solve. And it's incredibly difficult to do that. So that's where they're spending their time and their resources primarily. But then you have these sort of like building these cases that are being built in the background. Who's going to go investigate and do anything with that information? They have to have a lot of information there to go take action upon it. And I think that's where the private sector like us, like Flock, can come into play, is we can help aggregate that information across these different retailers, bring it to law enforcement so they can go do their job. And that's actually the opportunity I think that we want to talk about. It is in the relationship building, because you can't even take the first step without that. But then you actually have to be able to take that information, give it to someone, and have them actually do something about it. And I think that's one of the things that's pretty unique in our space.
And if I could just piggyback off of that, because I think one thing that IRS criminal investigation does with the financial investigations that we conduct, clearly we rely heavily on financial institutions and the data that they have. So one area that we've spent a lot of time on, and we're making inroads here, financial institutions spend a lot of money with anti-money laundering compliance. And they're often filing reports, they're following the requirements that they have, they're being reviewed by many of their regulators. But oftentimes, they don't know where that information goes and what happens to it. So we've kind of learned that if we can do better educating, sharing with them how we use that information and how important it is and the successes that we have from it, it better leverages their ability to see, value in spending that money, and there's actually benefit to it. So no different than what you just said. It's the exact same thing. I think that's why it's critically important for the partnerships and the education piece for us to share how valuable it is, and then the success stories that we have, so we do incentivize more of that sharing.
Thank you for that. When we look into public-private partnerships, I think everybody's in agreement. It makes sense to do it, but how do you put it into action? So I'm going to toss out, this is to the audience as well, just a hypothetical scenario related to the topic of strong legal data sharing agreements and taking advantage of what's right in front of all of us. How many of you have seen a Tesla on the road recently? Everybody should be raising their hand. That is a moving sensor of monumental proportion. Would you agree? So there are cameras on it. Each of the new models that evolve have an ability to really pull in live video, very high quality, and exfil that data over the air. Imagine for a moment you enter the state of Texas, which the first time I got into Texas, I was blown away how many Amber Alerts were sent to my phone. Nobody complained about getting an Amber Alert. The complaint was about the quantity of alerts, not the content of the alert. So imagine for a moment an individual that owns a Tesla has an ability to opt in to data sharing. And if something meets a particular threshold for a trafficking scenario, you could temporarily activate Teslas in that geographical footprint that meets a certain requirement. Maybe you have a partial license plate. Maybe you have the make, model of the vehicle. And temporarily, you could try and pull that data into a data lake, sanitize it, and if something meets a reportable threshold, then you could direct resources accordingly. But imagine that not just in one city, in one county, but across the entire country. Now think about it when victims get moved, let's say to an apartment complex, and there aren't license plate readers nearby. What's your other option? Maybe you can activate those vehicles that, again, have sensors in place. The idea here to the audience is, what are we not thinking about? Just because it has already been done and that's the de facto response, the situation's getting increasingly more difficult. And then one of the challenges I see is, from a resiliency standpoint, how do you recruit the next generation of IRS criminal investigators? How do you recruit the next technologist to come into a private sector company and be enthusiastic enough to tackle this problem? How do you provide them the emotional maturity to stay in that fight? So in this case, when you look around and say, well, what are we not doing? Who's missing from the discussion? That's my question to you guys and to the audience. Who else is missing? Who should be in the room that isn't? Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think the Tesla example is an interesting one, right? There's a lot of EV providers that have very similar makeup with the cameras. But also, like, there's a lot of people out there today in their own vehicle that have dash cameras. Their Ubers and Lyfts all have dash cameras. There's a real tremendous opportunity to leverage the sensors that are in the world. One of the things that Flock recognized at the beginning is that we have written proprietary technology that can identify the make, model, color, license plate, unique characteristics of a vehicle. Well, we can use that same software and run it on third-party devices. And so that's something that we're doing today, right? You drive around any city in America, you see hundreds of cameras everywhere. Most of them are dumb, half of them are not working. And what I mean by that is they're just a feed that comes into a room somewhere that someone has to actively look at to see, did something occur? And you're scrolling through hours of footage. Well, what if you could find the unique timestamps along that journey and say, well, somebody reported that they saw a blue Jeep, and you can just type in the words blue Jeep and go exactly to that part of the timestamp on any video feed anywhere in the world. That's something that we have built and we're actively leveraging today. Same thing's true on a license plate reader, right, where you can just literally type in things that you never would have imagined you could have typed in before. We call it freeform search, and it's just like a Google search. You type in landscaping truck, and you can find a specific landscaping truck. Now, what is a landscaping truck? It's not the same thing as a blue Jeep, right? It doesn't have the same concept of like objective variables that make it identifiable. But natural language models allow us the opportunity to say, let's interpret what a landscaping truck is. Sometimes it's a trailer with a bunch of gear in the back. Sometimes it's a big box truck that says landscaping on the side. Well, think about that applied to the same thing in human trafficking. I won't get into too many details because there's some kind of unique things that we're doing today around that. But the reality is that you can use sensors that exist in the world today, apply new software to them, and develop insights in ways that you never could have in the past. And that has tremendous benefit and opportunity for us.
So thank you for that. So when we look ahead to the future, if there was a message to deliver to traffickers, it's that there isn't safe haven. I think the IRS, you guys have a very strong conviction rate when involvement exists and leads are pushed forward. So Nabila, I think as you came last year, some of the results of outreach were pretty significant as a part of being in this room and collaborating with the business community. So those public-private partnerships, definitely a priority for the IRS?
Definitely a priority for the IRS. We actually have a strategic engagement advisor that was brought into IRSCI whose whole mission is to really help build out these public-private partnerships. As Nabila was telling me, just looking at attending this event from last year, I really want to give a shout out to, you talk about who's not in the room. I would like to take a minute to kind of say, we've made great strides and progress. There's a lot of good work being done to build out these partnerships, to educate. You take a look at who is in the room. We should give credit to the folks who are here, the Blue Campaign. I know Polaris, we have a great relationship with them. And just building out that network has proven dividends since last year because Nabila is getting phone calls, leads, information being shared. So while we're doing a great job at that, we can always do more, right? And, I kind of take the motto, even when I'm doing my best, there's got to be something else that I can tweak and do a little bit better. And it's no different in this space. I mean, at the end of the day, certainly we can communicate, we can forge relationships, but there's probably always going to be somebody who's not there that we want to try and reach out to and bring to the table. So we've got to continue doing that. It's certainly a priority for us. It's a priority for our leadership team as we get out, we attend events like this. And I will say, you and I were talking and looking at the journal on the table. The Lieutenant Colonel mentioned IRS specifically last year. And that was not something that was always happening. So that gives me solace that there are people who are learning that we play a role in this space. And as you were mentioning earlier, we often, as we're working with our federal law enforcement partners, and certainly we need DOJ to prosecute our cases. There's always resource issues. There's always competing priorities. I've been in cities. I've worked in Chicago. I'm in New York now. Violent crime can be a priority. And if that's where resources are being directed, if you're looking for somebody to call with a lead, IRSCI will be there and we'll pick up the phone because we're often, while we may be involved in trying to take down those criminal enterprises from a financial standpoint, we're open and ready for business. If we've got a lead, Nabila, our agents across the country are more than happy to try and take that from a financial angle and figure out what we can do with that.
Thank you for those final thoughts. Josh, over to you. Any final thoughts, comments as we wrap things up?
Yeah, I just want to touch on a couple things real quick. One is going back to the previous panel, we're talking about IMBs, illegal massage businesses. One of the things that I think that is really powerful about leveraging data is how we can kind of crack that a little bit deeper. A couple months ago, we were involved in an operation called Operation Coast to Coast, where we collaborated with 150 local law enforcement agencies and federal partners to stop illegal massage businesses where they were. It helped recover over 100 victims, including minors, and prosecuted a bunch of people. This was an overnight 24-hour operation. It took 150 different cities working together with their federal partners to help stop this from happening. The only way things like that can happen is if there's collaboration, both public and private sector, and with across local, state, and federal authorities. We have to actually work together and share information in a responsible and legal way in order to be able to do this. And so that's my real charge at the end of the day is, we talked about it earlier, you heard in the first panel, we have to be able to aggregate, synthesize, understand this data. We have to be able to leverage it in a way that anybody can use it interoperably. And that's what Flock is dedicated to doing, is how do we better use this information in the real world to help stop crime. And I think that we're making real progress today, so I'm excited for what the next chapter is.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you joining. If there happens to be a single question or so from the audience, we'll take a question. And if not, then we'll go ahead and conclude the panel. All right. Well, thank you both for joining, and thank you to the Chamber for hosting us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Michael and panel, for speaking today at today's event. I'm going to call up to the stage the Unit Chief of Outreach of Engagement, Brandy Bynum. I've known her for quite a while now. She's been doing this for close to, I think, over a decade now, right, Brandy? Something right? Almost, close to a decade now. So, Brandy, stage is yours.
Thank you, Michael, for the invitation to speak today. And good morning, everyone. I want to begin by recognizing the significance of this space, this room filled with business leaders, supply chain strategists, and legal experts. You are not here to learn about what human trafficking is because you already understand it. You have read the reports, seen the compliance checklist, and even perhaps seen the indicators of human trafficking firsthand. But here is the truth. Human trafficking is not just a compliance risk, it's a business risk, an operational risk, a risk to the US economy, and most importantly, it's a public safety risk, a risk which is inhumane and unacceptable. Today, we are here to talk about action, not the kind that checks boxes, but the kind that transforms workplaces, policies, and supply chains. The kind that sets a higher bar for industries worldwide. As the Unit Chief for Outreach and Engagement at the Center for Countering Human Trafficking at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, that is a very long title, so excuse me, it's the government way. It's an honor to speak with you today, not only because you are interested in combating human trafficking, but because you're positioned to do so, both in your roles as industry leaders and as individual citizens. I want to thank you all for standing with us as partners to bring awareness of human trafficking. As you know, it is not only a national fight, but a global one, impacting victims from all countries, cities, states, and demographics. It's a thriving, profitable industry for traffickers, and a fight that requires a coordinated response, with the public and private sectors working together, using their unique capabilities, tools, and skills to stop traffickers, bring them to justice, and to assist victims in their journey to becoming survivors. This is a fight we at the Center for Countering Human Trafficking are in with you every day. So this morning, I would like to speak with you about our mission at the center, what we are doing to combat these devastating crimes, and how we partner with others to accomplish our mission to combat sex trafficking and forced labor crimes. For those of you who are not familiar with the Center for Countering Human Trafficking, it was created in 2020. It is comprised of all components and offices within the Department of Homeland Security who share the anti-human trafficking prevention trafficking space. Our work ranges from the investigative and enforcement operations, victim assistance, intelligence, and training and outreach. Our center is led by Homeland Security Investigations, the investigative arm of DHS, and supports victim-centered HSI investigations of both labor and sex trafficking in 235 domestic HSI offices and international offices in more than 50 countries worldwide. We do that by providing subject matter expertise from investigators and criminal analysts at CCHT who have spent years investigating sex and labor trafficking in the field. We also support cases with funding, intelligence, and other things, such as translations that advance investigations and support the prosecutions of human traffickers. Earlier this year, we welcomed Dr. Tasha Hippolyte as our acting Deputy Assistant Director. With nearly 2 decades of leadership in trade, border security, and investigations, she brings invaluable expertise to strengthen relations with private industry, building on CCHT's strong foundation of collaborative and prevention-driven efforts. As we continue to evolve, we are expanding in other ways too. We understand that outreach does not only happen through in-person meetings anymore. Our goal is to meet people where they are, and it could not have come at a better time. The Blue Campaign is our national public awareness effort designed to combat human trafficking through training, outreach, and public awareness. We train the public, law enforcement, and industry partners on how to recognize and report possible cases of human trafficking. This year, we are proud to commemorate Blue Campaign's 15th anniversary. Actually, it's tomorrow, July 22nd. What began as a public service effort has grown into a movement that educates millions, trains thousands of businesses, and supports many community groups and law enforcement, both state, local, and tribal nationwide. These expansions include new trauma-informed awareness campaigns, enhanced digital outreach, multilingual educational materials, and targeted engagement in high-risk areas where trafficking is most likely to occur, which is leading us to a more connected world where we are able to expand Blue Campaign's digital footprint with messages tailored to their specific audiences to help them recognize and respond to human trafficking. This expanded digital strategy means that whether your business operates in logistics, hospitality, retail, or any other industry, you now have easier access to survivor-informed training tools, multilingual resources, and real-time engagement that's tailored to your sector. Recently, Blue Campaign launched specialized tools for K-12 schools and higher education institutions, especially those serving international students. These resources will help educators recognize the vulnerabilities that these students may face and provide clear protocols for responding to indicators of outcries of human trafficking. We have also updated our Blue Lightning Initiative training, a partnership with the aviation industry that has already trained over 400,000 airline employees. This new virtual training module was adapted to just 17 minutes because we know these types of employees don't have a lot of time. But it does include updated content based on survivor input and equips employees to quickly report suspected human trafficking. And our partnerships do not stop there. Through our partnerships, we have also expanded our outreach to communities more susceptible to human trafficking, including providing webinars in both English and Spanish, tribal community training sessions, and engagements with students, sports fans, and event goers at major league sporting events like the Super Bowl and March Madness. All this work is a part of a broader strategic vision. Let me share a few powerful examples of how collaboration is already making an impact in 2025. During the NCAA Final Four in San Antonio, CCHT partnered with local law enforcement, businesses, and nonprofits in a proactive operation that resulted in identifying and assisting 8 trafficking victims. Along this effort, we led a highly visible billboard campaign encouraging the community to report suspicious activity. At the 2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, our preventative efforts paid off again. Thanks to proactive policing, collaborative planning with private sector partners, and strong community engagement, there were no reported incidents of human trafficking, an outcome that demonstrates how far we've come in embedding prevention in major league event planning. However, it is important to remember that trafficking not only happens around large-scale events, but it's an ongoing issue that can happen anywhere at any time. These examples are not just headlines. They are a result of deliberate partnerships and consistent, coordinated action. While these successes are encouraging, we also know that one of the most significant trafficking risks facing business today is forced labor. Forced labor can hide deep within global supply chains, affecting industries at varies like agriculture, seafood, mining, textiles, construction, and technology. This is why we've expanded our collaboration with one of our components, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP for short, which enforces laws prohibiting the importation of goods made with forced labor. CBP has the authority to block shipments, penalize vendor violators, and publicly identify companies linked to forced labor. This year, CBP added high-risk sectors, including aluminum, PVC, and seafood, so its enforcement efforts under the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. CCHT plays a central role in supporting these enforcement actions. For example, we have embedded HSI liaisons within CBP operations to transform intelligence into criminal investigations targeting domestic and international trafficking networks. At DHS, we also recognize that leadership in counter-trafficking efforts begins within. We have taken meaningful steps to improve our procurement practices to prevent DHS from engaging with vendors associated with forced labor. At DHS, every professional involved in purchasing or contracts must now complete human trafficking and forced labor training every 2 years. This sends a clear message. We expect ethical, transparent practices from our contractors and suppliers, and we are committed to holding ourselves to the same standards. But government action is not enough. This is where you come in. Our partnerships with private industry are the backbone of our prevention efforts. Blue Campaign works with over 100 companies, including rideshare services, hotels, airlines, retailers, and others, to educate staff on the indicators of trafficking and how to provide appropriate responses. In June of this year, DHS released its 2025 Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking and Forced Labor, which unifies every aspect of our county trafficker efforts across our 4 key pillars, not just DHS, but government-wide: prevention, protection, prosecution, and partnerships. This strategy does not just reflect what we do, it also reflects what we believe, that collaboration is the most powerful tool we have to stopping trafficking. As we look towards the future, we are already planning for one of the largest events North America has ever hosted, the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This tournament will span 16 cities with 104 matches scheduled over 34 days. We know from experience that although trafficking is happening every day, everywhere, large-scale events can create additional opportunities for traffickers to exploit vulnerable people, and we heard that in the panel before. This is why CCHT is leading a comprehensive training program in every host city designed to equip HSI offices, businesses, and local law enforcement with the tools they need to prevent trafficking during this tournament. The program includes outreach to hospitality, healthcare, transportation, and local government sectors, training for state, local, and federal agencies on trafficking prevention and response, and specialized training in victim identification and law enforcement techniques for HSI field offices and state and local partners. Our goal is simple: to ensure every city has the resources, partnerships, and clear actions plans needed to detect, investigate human trafficking, and ideally prevent trafficking before it happens. We know that traffickers thrive in the shadows, which is why it is so important that every industry represented here today continues to shine a light on what it takes to prevent it and work together so we can continue to improve our efforts. As we celebrate 15 years of the Blue Campaign tomorrow and look ahead to the FIFA World Cup, I want to leave you with this. Every success story we have shared, every community we have made more aware of human trafficking, every victim we've helped recover has happened because of collaboration, because leaders like you chose to step up. At CCHT, we are ready to continue this work with you. We are ready to stand beside you, to offer you training, to provide resources, and to help you build a safer, more ethical workplace and community. And because we're the federal government, all of that is free. As we often say, alone, we cannot end human trafficking, but together we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy, for that keynote. I'd want to say that we've worked closely with the Blue Campaign and actually the National Coalition for the Prevention of Human Sex Trafficking. And if there's any business owners that want requests about how to combat human trafficking during large-scale sporting events, please contact me directly and we can work with you to get the toolkit. So with that, we're going to call up to the stage Hugo Bernard from Counterforce Labor Technologies for the next panel. I know I took him away from some of the golfing he does. He also doubles as a professional golfer. So we're very pleased to have him here. So Hugo, stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for hosting such an important event and providing a platform for this critical conversation. My name is Hugo Bernard. I'm the head of business development in Canada for CFL, also a professional golfer in my older days. And I'm honored to moderate this panel discussion today related to forced labor and global supply chain with Alex and Nate. One of the foundations to tackling the global issues surrounding forced labor and human trafficking is the willingness of organizations in both the private and public sectors to come together, share their ideas, and collaborate on practical solutions. These forums are critical for us to dig into the underlying factors contributing to forced labor and to explore how, as a collective body, we can address them. It is with great pleasure that I'm here with you today to dive into this issue and facilitate what I will know would be a great discussion. Our first panelist is Alex Greco, the Senior Director of Manufacturing and Value Chains at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. In his current role, he supports Canadian value chains across sectors like aerospace, defense, advanced manufacturing, and more. Please, Alex, can you give us a little bit of your background?
Yeah, no, thanks, Hugo. So I lead the manufacturing practice for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. I've had an extensive background in Canada's manufacturing sector, tied into a wide variety of different subsectors: food and beverage, agriculture, to name a couple examples. But I've also led the forced labor file for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. And so I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce for organizing this event.
Thanks, Alex. Also, I would like to welcome Nate Herman, the Senior Vice President of Policy at the American Apparel and Footwear Association. Nate oversees the AAFA's policy department, managing its lobbying, regulatory affairs, and corporate social responsibility efforts. Today, Nate will be offering us a broader international perspective on combating forced labor and global supply chains. Please, Nate, give us a little bit of your background as well.
Sure. I've been with the American Apparel and Footwear Association almost 24 years. We represent apparel, footwear, accessories, brands, retailers, manufacturers. So pretty much all the clothes and shoes that you're wearing in the room and all the bags that you're carrying, thank you very much. But also thank you to the Chamber for having me here today. I run the policy team at AFA. We are the government relations or lobbying team on behalf of the industry, but also I personally handle the social responsibility portfolio, which means I've been dealing with the issue of forced labor and supply chains for many years.
Thanks, Nate. So, Alex, what's next for Canada on forced labor policy? Is there any specific steps you would like to see from government or industry to close enforcement and policy gaps?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Hugo. I think so. Right now, I think we're in a little bit of a wait and see approach, because I know there was the S211, the Forced Labor Supply Chains Act, that was initiated in 2023, and then it came into force in 2024. And then at the end of 2024, the government of Canada had talked about introducing an enhanced import ban legislation, and how that tied into due diligence legislation. There's obviously been a lot of political developments that has happened with the federal government, with our election. And so, and given everything that's happened with tariffs and other topics, it's the forced labor file has taken a little bit of a step back. But in conversations that we've had with the government of Canada, this is still very much in mind, and they are still intending at some point to introduce human rights due diligence legislation looking at enhancing the import ban. I think there's a few things, and I want to take it in a couple different topics. One is just look at overall guidance on S211, and then where do we need to go in terms of overall forced labor legislation. Now, the government of Canada has issued, since S211 came into force, they've issued 2 updates in terms of updated guidance, but there needs to be more clarification of guidance in terms of what requires for financial institutions, de minimis, how that feeds into different definitions of supply of child and forced labor, how it aligns with the UN guidelines that have been put forward, and then look at more specifics in terms of defining what is considered entities related to forced labor reporting. I think the more clearer and robust guidance you have, it makes it easier for companies to be able to report, particularly for those companies on the smaller scale who don't have the necessary resources necessary to be able to do forced labor reporting. I think secondly, though, that ties into robust education. Now, Public Safety Canada has done, educational webinars, but the theme I know we've heard today has been education, but really emphasizing not only from the government side, but also government and industry working together to provide that education to not only members, but other companies as well. I know at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, we have our chambers of commerce, local chambers of commerce, and boards of trade that are our members that help try to facilitate that education process, as well as working with different stakeholders as well. And then that ties into educating the government in terms of what our member companies are doing around forced labor policy, so that can be tailored towards the actual compliance mechanisms that are being done, but at the federal level, and how it ties into overall policy. The last thing I'll mention on this before moving on, like the path forward, is right now I think it's incumbent on governments to understand on what has already been done. And so what we've tried to do with the Canadian Chamber is really showcasing companies that really have done robust measures to eradicate forced labor for supply chains, but what they're doing going forward, not just in Canada, but globally as well. And that ties into what I'll talk about next, is where do we go in the future. And so with import ban legislation, due diligence legislation, I think there has to be a cautious and thoughtful approach, but also ensuring where appropriate some alignment with the United States, and looking and leveraging what's been done in other jurisdictions between the United Kingdom, Australia, to name a couple examples. And so that requires, once legislation is tabled and passed, making sure that we do have proper guidance, that we are ensured that there's not any duplication between what is being done with S211 and other due diligence legislation, and look at, especially with our jurisdictions, what has worked and what has not, particularly around reporting, traceability, supply chain due diligence, risk management, compliance, etc. And I think that will allow us to have a clear picture. But it's also important to keep in mind that, there's different tiers of supply chains. There's different aspects of, different suppliers. Like, the supply chains are very complex. And so whether you're looking at raw materials or looking at tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 supply chains, understanding those nuances is going to be important as we're thinking about this legislation. And there has to be authentic and thoughtful consultation as part of this, not only in terms of the manufacturers, but all the different stakeholders that work within the manufacturing sector. Because when S211 was tabled, there wasn't authentic consultation, and it was rushed, and led to a lot of the problems with the guidance process that unfolded. And so, taking the time to get it done right is going to be important, but it's also a balancing act between government doing its part, but also industry coming to the table to make sure we have the necessary measures in place moving forward.
Thanks, Alex. Also, what role can the government play beyond legislation to support companies in mitigating forced labor risk and building responsible supply chains?
I think first is like developing partnerships with different stakeholders. And Public Safety Canada and the Canadian Border Services Agency, CBSA, has done that. But working with them in terms of doing webinars, information sessions, education sessions with locals and chambers of commerce, boards of trade, trade associations, to understand, what is required on forced labor, but also, where we need to go moving forward, and having, that ongoing dialogue. I think secondly is really having plain text information sheets around what are companies' compliance obligations. There has been steps that have been taken about that, but doing that on a more regular basis and making sure that's widely distributed is important. Like, I know all of us, we get emails every day, and there's I know Public Safety Canada likes to put, things in newsletters and other messages, but a lot is happening. So look at leveraging other tools like social media, other information channels is going to be important. And then finally is, look at working with different, stakeholders and suppliers who are in the, forced labor space, like counter forced labor technologies, and looking at finding a path forward to make it easier, for smaller entities to be able to report and be able to make things easier in terms of compliance reporting. Because I still hear from a lot of members that it is challenging for forced labor reporting. They want to do the right thing, but they don't have the resources. There's a lack of clarity. They don't know kind of where to start. And so getting that assistance, I think, will be important to ensure that there's a proper public-private partnership.
Thanks, Alex. About Nate, can you walk us through the regulatory landscape around the world, and where do we see momentum?
Good question, thank you. So obviously you have a lot of regulations around the world, but obviously as an industry, and as all the industries here in the room, we abhor forced labor particularly in our supply chains. We try to identify it, mitigate it, eradicate it. And that's for many reasons. One, it's obviously the right thing to do. Two, huge brand reputation issues, and our industry in particular has had a lot of experience with that. But then three is regulation. And so we had Alex talk about Canada S211. Canada S211 is not the only reporting requirement that's out there. The reporting requirements in the forced labor space, as many of you know, started with the California Transparency in Supply Chains Act way back over 10 years ago. You also have the UK modern slavery law and the Australian modern slavery law. But those are reporting, and Alex talked about there are a lot of issues with reporting requirements in S211, and our members agree with some of those concerns. But they are reporting. There has not been a lot of enforcement on the reports. It's more of a name and shame, which is a very important part of this. But we've seen a lot of regulations come into place that have actual real impact on business and immediate impact on business. The biggest ones are the US Forced Labor Statute and the spin-off of that, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, or UFLPA. We've seen extensive enforcement of UFLPA. Over 12,000 shipments have been detained under UFLPA in the last 3 years. So very heavy enforcement, not just in our industry, but in many industries, and two industries in particular have been targeted, the auto and auto parts sector, as well as the solar industry. But there's a lot of industries that have been targeted as part of that. And so that's a big issue, where your shipment, if they suspect that your product is made by Uyghurs, has any nexus with a region in China called Xinjiang, or has any nexus at all with that region, anywhere in your supply chain, going back to the raw material, your shipment can be stopped at the border. And unless you can prove that it was not actually made with Uyghurs or has a nexus with Xinjiang, you'll not be able to get that product. You'll have to re-export it out or destroy it. And it's very difficult to do that. And that's part of the problem with the information, as Alex talked about with the Canadian government. The guidance from the US Customs and Border Protection is not the greatest on how to get a shipment released, but it's a rebuttable presumption that your shipment is made with Uyghurs or nexus with Xinjiang, which is assumed to mean that your product is made with forced labor. The US Forced Labor Statute, we're also seeing indicators from US Customs that they're planning to increase enforcement of that. They've released guidance on how to get what's called a withhold release order lifted. We've seen a new forced labor allegations portal launched by US Customs and Border Protection, where anyone can submit an allegation, even anonymously, to US Customs and Border Protection of violation of forced labor, or alleged violation of forced labor. And so we're seeing a likely increase in enforcement in the US Forced Labor Statute as well. There are forced labor statutes in other parts of the world. Europe has a forced labor statute, has not gone into effect yet. Having said that, it is the only European law that's been approved in the last few years in this space that has not been changed in any way, unlike the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive or the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or the Digital Product Passport, or the EU Deforestation Regulation. I can go on and on. The only one that has not been changed so far is the EU Forced Labor Statutes. When that goes into effect in 2027, we are likely to see a lot of enforcement of that. Canada has its own forced labor statute that's never actually been enforced, well, except for once, and then they decided to drop that case. And Mexico has one as well. Again, never been enforced. So a lot of potential regulatory reasons that have made a huge difference in moving the ball forward on addressing forced labor in supply chains.
Thanks, Nate. From your members' perspective, what are the riskiest areas in global supply chains today, you would say?
So a lot of the risk that we face in our supply chains, at least, is not at the place where the shirt or the shoe is made. It's actually way up the supply chain. So in the case of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, we're talking about cotton grown in the region of Xinjiang in China. 97% of the cotton grown in China is grown in Xinjiang. And how do you track that going 4, 5, 6 steps back in your supply chain to figure out if that's being part of your supply chain? Another major issue, so that's what happens to a lot of raw materials. So you're talking about rubber plantations, you're talking about in other places as well. Also, we have an issue with foreign migrant workers in our supply chain. If foreign migrant workers have to pay for their jobs, that is considered by the International Labor Organization as forced labor. There are foreign migrant workers in many industries in many countries. We're dealing with a big issue right now in textile mills. So these are the mills that make yarns and fabrics in Taiwan. But in Taiwan, foreign migrant workers are used in the electronics industry, the bike industry, the auto industry. Every single industry in Taiwan is heavily reliant on foreign migrant workers. That same is true in Korea and in Japan. So these issues are broad. We do deal with forced labor issues at the first tier, but many of them are at the lower tiers, and because we don't even own our first tier manufacturing in most cases, we are contract manufacturing, it's very difficult to get visibility down to the lower tiers.
And finally, how are your members working to identify, mitigate, and eradicate forced labor? What are the best practices and traceability that are emerging across that industry?
So you mentioned the big thing, Hugo, that traceability is the key here. You need to have visibility in your supply chain beyond the first tier, beyond the second tier, all the way down to the raw material. And that requires you being able to work with your suppliers and in turn their suppliers and so on to share information and build the relationships so they're willing to give you the information that you need to have visibility. Because not only do you need the visibility, you have to affect change, even if you're 2, 3, 4 steps removed. And so you have to have that visibility. We're trying to set standards for the industry on terminology, standard data that we need to collect from the supply chain to have that full traceability and transparency throughout our supply chains. And then we're trying to encourage companies to work together, especially at the second, third, and fourth tiers, where they might be of an individual mill or an individual farm. 0.001% of that farm's or that mill's business to work together so that they can affect change. We are also lobbying foreign governments, particularly in the case of foreign migrant workers, on trying to affect change. And we're doing that on behalf of the industry and working with other industries, for example, again in Taiwan. So it's a lot of work. It's not easy. And we're still doing this. We've been doing this for 15 years and we're still doing it. So it's not easy, but that's where everyone needs to be going.
Thank you, Nate. Any question to Nate or Alex? Any question about your golf game or any help you need? Well, thank you so much. Appreciate the discussion today, and thanks for your time, and enjoy the rest of the program. Thank you.
So thank you, Hugo, Alex, and Nate. We're going to pull an audible. We've heard a lot about the power of partnership, so we're going to take a quick 10-minute break if you have to go use the restroom or grab some breakfast in the back or talk amongst yourselves and network. And for the live stream, we'll be back in 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you. All right. I know everybody in the room is busy networking, and this is one of the aspects of the chamber that is beneficial for being a chamber member or coming to a chamber event, but we want to get the program back on track. So I'm going to call Dave Myers up to the stage, and he's going to moderate a conversation for 45 minutes about how do we use technology for good. So Dave, stage yours.
Thank you, Michael. I'd love to welcome my other panelists up today. Yeah, come on up, guys. Either way. Yeah, either way. So I have to go first. Hey, everybody. So I want to thank certainly the Chamber, U.S. Chamber, Canadian Chamber for having us. This is it's been a terrific event so far. Obviously focused on a phenomenal, important topic. You know, I think that the previous discussion really kind of dovetails into our discussion here for this panel. You know, technology for good. Squaring off, obviously, against something we're all trying to eradicate here, right? Forced labor globally. But Nate and Alex and Hugo brought up some great topics, right? There's obviously a great wave of legislation and regulations that are mounting globally that I think are tremendous to see, right? The enforcement of those is kind of, you know, churning along. And it's left, I think, just to kind of set the stage here before I get over to our panelists, it's left the marketplace and corporations really kind of having to dig in and understand for themselves, you know, how they can tackle this problem, how they can increase traceability, how they can increase visibility. You know, what tools are out there to help them get down the chain, get deeper, understand what's taking place within their supply chains. You know, not just so that they can report, right, to satisfy S211 in Canada or the other regulations that we've all, you know, seen over the last few years, but, you know, for doing the right thing. And I think it's become apparent that companies really are getting on board now. And it's exciting to see. It's great to see the U.S. Chamber, the Canadian Chamber, really pushing these initiatives. So, you know, I certainly want to compliment both of those organizations. And so, you know, just to kind of get into a little bit of the discussion here, I think, you know, the days of hoping that you're doing business with good people and good organizations and hoping that they're doing the right thing, I think are over, right? You've got to verify, and you know, Ronald Reagan said once, trust but verify, right? The verify part is extremely important, and that's what we're going to get into today, is how technology can help us verify, right? What's actually taking place. And so I think, you know, verifying that clear and accepted practices and procedures are being adhered to by the businesses that we're all doing business with and our companies are doing business with is a requirement now from shareholders. You're seeing, obviously we've seen for years what BlackRock has pushed with the companies that they're invested in, and Vanguard and State Street and a lot of the large investors. They want to see companies reporting. And so I think this will be a great discussion as to the tools that are out there within technology and the advancement of technology and how we're arming companies to be able to do that. And so my background, just kind of very briefly, I work at Counterforce Labor. I run business development and strategic planning for them. I was in the finance world for a number of years, worked at Palantir for a number of years, and then came over to CFL just around a year and a half ago. Excited for the mission that we're tackling. And I've got some great panelists here with me today. I've got off to my left here David Nicolini, who's a partner and shareholder at Evidensity. I've got James Guinness.
Jenis. There's an
Jenis?
extra U in there that shouldn't
An
be there.
extra
That
U,
doesn't
okay.
help with the pronunciation. But
James
James is
Guinness,
fine.
who's with us here from, he's a director of American Public Policy for the Responsible Business Alliance. And then we've got Lieutenant Colonel James Wiley, who's the chief operating officer for counterforced labor and a partner of mine and one of our founders. And so, James, I was thinking at the far end, we could maybe kick it off with you.
James?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
with
it's
you.
just James and Dave's here.
Yeah, we could kick it off with you. I'll address the Lieutenant Colonel as Lieutenant Colonel, and you'll be James. So I thought we could kick things off with maybe you giving us a little bit more of your background and your bio. I know it's pretty extensive. And then, if you could tell us a little bit about how RBA helps members commit to responsible business conduct.
Sure. Thanks very much, Dave, and thank you to the Chamber as well, and thank you to everyone for being here today. My name is James Jenish. I'm the Director of America's Public Policy with the Responsible Business Alliance. Now, the Responsible Business Alliance, we are an industry coalition dedicated to responsible business conduct in global supply chains. We've been around now for about 20 years or so, and I myself have been with them for a little over a year, but I've been in this space a little bit longer. Previously spent some time with the U.S. Department of Labor working on responsible business conduct and business human rights in that space. And getting back to the RBA, we represent historically the electronics industry. That's kind of where we started from. It was originally begun with folks that were seconded sort of to this work, a sort of desire to work in this space. And it wasn't only until a few years after we got started and kicked off the work at the RBA that we had permanent staff. So we've really kind of been growing a lot over the years, and we've been growing in terms of numbers and membership. We cover about 12 different industries now, retail, toy companies, and everything sort of in between, to where our big sort of parent umbrella alliance here kind of is, if you have an electronics component in your product, which kind of captures everything from coffee pots to cars these days. So it's a space that now covers about 600 odd members. But what really kind of brings us all together is our code of conduct. And the code of conduct is really the glue that essentially holds us together and drives us towards our mission, which is really focused around how do we collaborate to improve working conditions, environmental conditions, and drive business performance through these best practices and standards. So a lot of the work that we're doing at RBA is really focused on that best standard, or the standards and the best practices kind of space. So a lot of the work that we've been doing has been done before there were a lot of laws in place around the world. I mean, before Canada came up with theirs, before the US had theirs. Well, maybe not the Tariff Act of 1930, but certainly some of the other laws that have a lot of teeth, which have really been driving a lot of the action now. It's a lot more that regulatory space. But we like to believe that we've been coming together to try to address these problems a little bit more proactively ahead of that time, and really trying to bring together the technical experts in that space. We're not an organization that does advocacy. We like to structure ourselves around how can we be the trusted advisor to governments? How can we channel the voice of the business community? How can we work collectively with civil society and stakeholders more broadly to sort of say, okay, here's how we solve some of these collective action problems. Here's how we solve the resource constraint issues that kind of really stymie opportunities to move forward in this space. So when it gets down to practicalities, it's tools and services and collaboration is really how we help our members live into this space. We have our sort of flagship product we have as our validated assessment program, which is really our social compliance audit. It's something that we ourselves do not run, but we organize and set the guidance and guidelines for it, and then work and collaborate with about a dozen different groups to really implement that at facilities around the world. And what that does with that assessment program is really doing is looking at how do you look for compliance with our code of conduct. And the code of conduct is what, as I mentioned before, is the glue which kind of really holds us all together and is bringing us to that opportunity to sort of say, this is what we all sort of believe in. And a lot of the tools that we've built out have been a way to sort of test and validate that. So we have workforce composition surveys would look at the demographic makeup. So we're trying to answer some of these questions around how do we identify what are the risks to human trafficking, the risks to forced labor in those spaces. And we can look at it in a really unique way because, and I appreciate the comments from some other panels talking about data and how we can look at it from the RBA's point of view, from a sort of bird's eye view, and sort of say, okay, well maybe company X can't share this with company Y, but we can sort of present out to our companies and say, here's the trends that we're seeing. For all the companies that have run these assessment programs around the world, we're finding these are the primary labor issues. It's really around worker fees and repayment issues and wage theft and matters of that space. So it allows us then to come together in our own space and sort of say, okay, well maybe we need guidelines to explain what does fee repayment look like, and it allows us to also think about our code of conduct. So back in 2015, we added language into that to say there shouldn't be fees, and if there are fees in the recruitment process, they should be repaid. And then what we've worked to is then develop a standard to sort of say, here's how you assess what actually a fee is, here's how you should identify how it's being paid and who's paying it, and what steps need to be taken to actually repay that, to monitor and enforce the repayment of it, to look at how do you cease and stop that reoccurrence of that issue as well too. So that's kind of a brief overview. I'll stop there and sort of say that's kind of how we work in many ways from that sort of practitioner level.
Sure, that's helpful. Where do you see challenges for companies being in the future, as we kind of move forward?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and I think that speaks a lot to how we've operated at the RBA. And as I mentioned, we started with staff that were just on borrowed time, essentially. They worked for their home company, but hey, they were doing a 6-month tour of duty with the RBA or something. And we've grown over the years from having that situation to, I think we're up to over 70 employees globally now, based around the world. We're headquartered here in the DC area, but we have folks in Kuala Lumpur, we have teams down in Mexico, wherever our member companies are doing business. And I think what that tells me is it's a growing space. It's gone from a nice to have to a need to have. And certainly a big driver of that has been the regulations in many ways. But I think it's also companies coming together and saying, well, we need to take action on this. This is where we're getting the demand pressure. And I think it's also the technology that opens up opportunities to solve these problems in many ways. Historically, a lot of things were done by paper, and you had to sort of hunt down these paper trails, and you had reams of documents and so forth. But now you can look at, well, this is going into this system, and here's the attributes associated with this individual data point. And I can look for patterns through using and leveraging AI technologies to come up with risk indicators that may not have been available to us. And I think that for me is a big kind of area and where we're kind of growing. And I think we've been growing in terms of our discrete functions as well too. We have the RBA as an umbrella organization, but we've grown in terms of our initiatives that we have. And there are any manner of other acronyms that all begin with R in terms of our Responsible Environment Initiative, our Responsible Glove Initiative. Actually, I think that one's an alliance, but what they all speak to is there's a desire to really get into some of these technical, real nitty-gritty kind of spaces and answer some of these questions. And I think it goes back to also looking at how do we create this positive sort of feedback loop back into the policymakers. And I think it was a good conversation on the previous panel where the colleague from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce was talking about Canada's child labor and forced labor legislation. And we've had a lot of good collaboration with Public Safety Canada, which is in charge of enforcing that legislation, where we've been able to bring them in front of our membership in our policy webinars and educate our members on this is what the scope of the legislation covers. and here's what you need to do, here's guidance and so forth. And then we've had follow-up conversations after that first initial cycle of reporting where PS Canada has come back to us and has been able to say, hey, okay, we're looking to actually do some non-legislative fixes here. Can we talk to you about lessons learned? So we're able to pull together what our membership is saying and say, everything from the very specific aspects of, okay, in the questionnaire, there's a character space limit, and I can't quite answer this, or this question's duplicative, or look, I understand what you're trying to get at, but the way that you're framing it is not going to give you these types of answers, or how can we talk about harmonizing in many ways that legislation with what's coming online in the EU or in other jurisdictions, so it alleviates the reporting burden and it gets the policymakers the data that they need. So I see that as a broader trend as well of there is more collaboration going on, but it is almost, to me, imperative and necessary to move forward.
That's helpful. Can you talk about some of the specific ways the RBA supports its members in identifying and mitigating forced labor?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mentioned, the big buckets are really like these tools, services, collaboration, these types of things. But if you break it down into a more sort of granular space, it's really sort of 4 pillars of support is the way that I look at it. The first one is really industry standards aligned with global norms. The second one is looking at our tools and services, especially our third-party assessments. The third is really around expert guidance, training, and data. And then the fourth is that broader piece around engagement with industry, government, and stakeholders. So looking at the standards, I mentioned we have our code of conduct, and that's the glue that we have. That's something that we are always kicking the tires on. We have a review process every 3 years where we take a look at the entire document, and this covers everything that impacts our members. It's broken up into categories focused on labor, environment, management systems, ethics, all of these pieces, and we say, okay, what needs to stay, what needs to go out, and we weigh it against international norms, standards, look at the evolving regulatory environment that's coming up, and we look at demand as well for membership. So, we're asking questions about members, for example, that are saying, hey, I want to get more involved on living wage. How do I talk about that? Should that go in our code? So we have conversations about that, and we see, is this a space where we need to grow? And it's the policy activities that I run with our team that we have, where we update our membership on the legislation around the world. We update them and advise them on what's happening, how is this going to impact you, and we hear their concerns and we try to relay those back to policymakers. We try to reach out to civil society as well to hear with them what's working, what's not working, so that we can get the legislation to a space that I think is in line with what the policymakers want to achieve in many ways. The second is really the tools, the assessments, which I talked a little bit earlier on, is our audits, it's our fee investigations that we do, and we're always trying to answer a lot of the questions in that area to make sure that we've got the tools for the members that are going to be helpful for them. We've taken, over the last year since I've come on board, taking a look at our Validated Assessed program and saying, how do we compare this to what Customs and Border Protection, DHS is saying is a credible audit? So we're looking at the guidance that comes out related to UFLPA. We're pulling out all the information and saying, okay, well, it says here a credible audit is one that addresses the workers in their native language. So we look back in our documents and sort of say, okay, are we getting at that topic? Are we meeting the benchmarks that the government is sort of setting in that way, so that the products that we put out for our members, they meet the needs for them to identify these problems, but they also help them answer those questions around compliance. But we also understand audits aren't everything. They're one piece of the puzzle, and truthfully, for some legislation, an audit's not going to be entirely helpful when you look at UFLPA, for example. It becomes more of a paperwork supply chain traceability exercise, and then social audit's not always answering those kinds of questions. So it goes towards how do we fit the purpose of the tools. The third is really around guidance, the third pillar here, and it's the white papers, it's the fee standards. So, you know, as I mentioned, back in 2015, we added no fees into our code of conduct. And what we've done as well is then develop guidance on worker service and repayment around fees to kind of embed into the systems what, you know, constitutes a fee, how do you do an investigation for a fee, how do you monitor it, how do you remediate it, and then how do you prevent that recurrence, and how do you check the system every so often on it. And, you know, we've had great success in that space over the last 18 months. We've been able to work with members to return $55 million in fees to 40,000 individuals, which I think is great news, but also tells us, hey, there's still more work to be done, because I like to, you know, talk about the remediation we're doing, but I really want to focus on that preventative action. How do we make no fees essentially something that's baked into the system from the go, as opposed to dealing with the after effects of it? So, you know, that's a lot of the space in terms of the guidance that we're putting out. And then we put on events and conferences as well, too, to kind of engage with members. And the fourth pillar really is that broader engagement. It's that private-public work. It's the conversation that I was mentioning earlier with the Canadian government that we do, where we try to certainly circle back in many ways.
Thanks, James. Sounds like you're really making an impact. So, I mean, congratulations on that and everything you guys have all accomplished. Colonel Wiley, moving over to you, would love to hear a little bit more about your background, and then also just a little bit of the story behind why you started CFL.
All right. I see a lot of familiar faces, so if this is old for you, forgive me. I think next time we come here, I'm just going to say raise your hand if you've already heard my background, and we'll just go from there. But so I worked for the Marine Corps for the better part of 30 years. I went over to Special Operations Command in about 1994 and never came back. My daughter still wonders why she's never seen me without a beard or long hair. And when we went over there, the Special Operations Command goes, well, tip of the spear, because that's their symbol. They go, ruin your career, you're never going to get promoted. Well, war broke out, and I kept getting promoted. So that's the only reason I spent so much time there. During my time there, I worked in the unconventional warfare cell. I also worked in the counterterrorism engagement cell. And we got very unique problem sets, very difficult problem sets, and had to find unique ways to answer them. Some of the stuff we did, one of the major priorities was counter forced labor, counter human trafficking, child labor. Bad guys use bad things to support themselves. When we're talking about the IRS, we had threat terrorist finance. That was our way to follow the money from them. The IRS is kind of our civilian world threat terrorist finance. We're able to utilize them to follow things through, but we need to feed them the information, right? We need to feed each other the information. So during the time I worked there, and we did kidnap recovery, we did counter human trafficking, we did those things, but as I was working my way on out of working at Special Operations Command, I started to see a bigger way I could have an impact and where we actually needed to start on the outside, because even while I was in, I saw that this stuff was going through the business supply chains, and they were still getting funded, and that still came back to buying bullets, beans, and Band-Aids for bad guys to shoot at me. So when I worked my way out, we developed counterforce labor technologies here. And what it did for me was it allowed me to work with businesses, only if I did it right, though, because I'd seen a lot of mistakes that were made. I'd seen a lot of things where people would point a finger and terrible, terrible things would happen. So what I wanted to do was work with the businesses. I didn't want to point a finger at them. I didn't want to say, hey, here's what you're doing wrong to the public. I wanted to help them find possible risk and be able to take care of it on their own. Instead of spending that money to do brand and reputation protection and do all this, they could spend it on doing something right. So that's kind of the direction I headed there. it's really kind of a strange thing, but also if you point a finger and it comes out, bad guys go underground, right? They're able to get underground and hide. And we don't want them to do that. They change their tactics, techniques, and procedures. And if you spent all this time investigating them, as the people know who do investigations, you let something out, they go, okay, thanks for telling us, we're gonna change our tactics, right? So we kind of face that too. Now there's a lot of things, I used to tell stories about the bad things that could happen. I lived in South Kivu, I know you worked there. I mean, I lived there for a long time in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I watched the bad things happen. And I'm old now, I cry, so I'm not gonna get into that, but you know, you point a finger and shut something down, those people are even more at risk. They may go back and in the Kivu, they'd go back and then Joseph Kony would kill them. So you sometimes don't wanna shut something down. You wanna remove the mechanism, not the people. So that kind of gives you a background of where I come from and why I started this.
Thanks, Colonel. And we're going to come back to you just in a moment, but I don't want to spend too much time away from David. We haven't gotten to him yet. David, would love to hear a little bit about your background. If you could just kind of mention a little bit about that, and then if you could talk also about Evidency's ground-up approach for global transparency and how you guys have tackled the problem that way.
Sure. Thank you. Well, thank you to the Chamber for having us. Thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to my fellow panelists and moderator. And thank you all for being here. Sincerely appreciate it. So my name is David Nicolini. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I've spent my career in what's called enterprise risk management. And so if you don't know exactly what that is, think defense, think physical security, cybersecurity, investigations, due diligence, compliance, basically all the things that either people or entities do to try to stay out of trouble. Could be legal trouble, could be regulatory trouble, compliance trouble, or like serious like physical danger trouble. So that's kind of my background. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've spent most of my career in enterprise risk management. I'm a newbie or a rookie when it comes to human trafficking. There are a lot of people in this room whose faces I recognize, and some friends here who have been doing this for many, many years, and a lot of people that I haven't met yet, and I hope I get a chance to meet you all as well. But I'm new to human trafficking and fighting against human trafficking. I've done work on 6 different continents, did anti-fraud work to the BP Horizon Fund, worked the Rio Games back in 2015, 2016, done a lot of things there, but I was blessed and fortunate to get involved with Evidency in 2018, and even more blessed and fortunate that in 2021, a venture capital firm by the name of Eagle Venture Fund invested in Evidency. And then in 2022, they started talking about human trafficking. They started asking us, what could Evidency do around human trafficking? Could you do anything around human trafficking? And we started leaning into that. And so to your question about, well, first of all, what is Evidency? Evidency was created in the enterprise risk management space to basically pull data out of difficult jurisdictions better, faster, cheaper, right? So here in the Western world, the G6, if you will, we're all very, very used to big data, now large language models, AI. You hit the easy button, right? You find out about that person, you find out about that entity, you find out about that situation. It all comes at you at the speed of light through a broadband connection. The issue is what if that person is in the DRC? What if that company is in South Africa? You hit the easy button, and all of a sudden, what you're getting back is garbled at best. And so Evidency was created from a standpoint of investigations, due diligence, compliance, to pull that unstructured data, sometimes analog, right, written on a piece of paper, sometimes digital, but with certain hurdles as to how you get it out of those communities. And so we created it, again, as an investigative due diligence tool. And then all of a sudden, Eagle, and one more thing about Eagle that I should mention is that this year they closed their seventh fund, but their first fund, and we believe the very first fund anywhere in the world strictly dedicated to funding for-profit companies to fight human trafficking. And so that's the group that I'm involved in. And so when we looked at Evidencity, we said, well, how can we use this technology to pull this unstructured data out of these difficult jurisdictions? And we said, global supply chain transparency, right? So kind of wound up in the same place you did, very, very different routes, but here we are on a panel together. And what we started to realize was that as great as all of the systems and the tech and the technology are, and they are great and we use them, but the idea was that everybody in the marketplace seems to be running to the Fortune 500 or the S&P 500 or the Global 1000 and saying, hey, let me start with you, and then we will start mapping out your entire supply chain. Which is great work and needed and valuable and wonderful. We took the opposite approach and said, you know, if you wanted to, for the law enforcement folks, right, if you wanted to go to DC Metro and say, hey, take me to like your roughest neighborhood where the crime's the worst, right, and let me go on a ride along, they would very easily be like, oh yeah, the fentanyl's coming out of that house, right? Oh, that's a brothel, right? Oh, this is where the kingpin lives, right? The street cops, the police officers on the ground, they know the truth. So our idea at Evidencity is like, well, let's go to where the truth is on the ground, and let's work our way back. And so that's some of the work that we're doing. It's I have a friend in the audience from the Anti-Trafficking Impact Network, and we're doing some interesting work trying to go to where we know the problems are and tracing it back to see who it hits.
Terrific. And I appreciate, hearing about the pulling of unstructured data. Data integration is a tough problem, and so if you're able to source that, that's an interesting approach, certainly to tackle this. And I'm going to come back to you in a moment, but back to Colonel Wiley. Colonel, what's so unique about CFL's approach? If you could touch on, a few of the things that how you all are tackling the problem, we're tackling the problem. I know there's a few things in there with different drone technologies and capabilities, specific company or country reporting capabilities, right? I know you get into reliability and focusing on reliability as you're moving down the chain within companies. But what's unique about CFL's approach?
Well, first of all, I had this great outline written out, but every time somebody talks, my mind works a different way. And boy, it drives some of my partners crazy. I have to see every connection. And so I go down rabbit holes and he always has to stop me. But like my partner here was saying, he works from the bottom up, right? He goes to where the problem is and comes up. We've seen companies that work from the top down. Blockchain kind of comes from the bottom up a lot of time when they do the blockchain analysis. I'm going to talk about how I built something that kind of goes any direction you want. And it's not because I thought about it that way and that we needed to do it that way. It's just a way that made sense to me depending on who your client is, what they want to do, because they can enforce things and come down and then where the problem is and how you can work up and who you have to protect, right? In the end, this is all to do good things for people. So for my whole life in the military, people would come to me with technology and say, I'm going to make your life easier. Use this and it's going to make your life easier. And it never did. It made my life harder. It would give me a ton more data, which is great, but then I'd have to analyze it. I'd have to write the reports. I would have to do different things that were requirements by the government for me to make something happen out of this data they gave me. So as I looked at this in my mind, I said, I'm going to make something that actually does do what it says it's going to do. It's going to make your life easier, right? So I promised to do this. Now, along with that, while I was building a network. And Dave alluded to this, working in everywhere around the world. Our network of assets is different than other people's network of assets. And I'm not saying this to be a smarty or anything, but the guys that we work with that are on the ground in places are actually trained and tested to do very specific things. And these assets are a guy that you're not going to hire, and he goes out, sits down in a bar and tells his buddy, hey, I just got hired by Wiley to do an assessment on this mine over here, because that word will go around and you won't believe how much it changes. And so we also do things that it's called pattern of life testing. So 6 months before you announce you're going to do an assessment, these guys are on the ground looking and seeing how things function. A good example is in China. They'll actually pick up road signs back in the day and move them and say, here's where your factory is. And you go, that's not the geo coordinates of where the factory is. That's the factory over there. This is not the factory. You know, they'll do stuff like that because they hear you're coming, right? But you'll see things start changing. When you then announce what's happening, they'll be able to tell you, here's 6 months before, here's the announcement, here's when you got on the ground, here's how things look. And the same thing on the tail end, right? Even more important, once you do the assessment, what happens when you leave? What happens 6 months after? What do these things look like, right? So that's important to do, and that's the type of networks I built. And when I say every country in the world, I mean it, every country in the world. Now, these networks also provide things to me. I didn't want this to be, you know, just a fire and forget type technology. I needed it to do a few things, right? I needed this technology to be confidential for the companies, like I said. I didn't want to point a finger and say, hey, this company has a problem. I wanted to help them find stuff. I needed to make it positive instead of negative. Okay, and what I mean by that is I wanted to make this so that the suppliers in a supply chain would want to use it. It would help alleviate supplier fatigue, right? It would give them more positives than negatives. Don't ask complex questions, first of all, because a lot of guys at the very bottom of the supply chain can't answer a complex question, and it's threatening. You ask things in a binary matter like, do you have more women than men? No. Do you have more children than adults? Yes. You know, things like that, right? You ask things that aren't threatening and go through a supply chain, and it helps you find, you know, different ways to get an honest answer out there. And then you can run things against it. You have, you know, different ways you can do stuff, and I'll talk to that in a minute. But also I needed it to be agile, to work from any direction in a supply chain, right? To be able to go at whatever that customer or client wants to do in its supply chain, I needed it to be able to do that. It has to work. This is a good one because you know how we all used to go to a conference and it was either talking about governance or it was talking about environment or it was talking about slave labor? Well, now we've got rid of those silos, right? Everything's related. So it had to work well with other technologies and not in silos. I already see how we might be able to work with you and provide data to you to give you direction on where to go in a complex supply chain. Because as he knows and as you know, you get a supply chain that has thousands and thousands of suppliers, right? Where do you start? Where do you want to go? You can go to the bottom, you can go to the top, you can do that, but really, is there a way to be more accurate and efficient? Is there a way we can go? Is there a certain set of problems we can look at, right? So we built this thing to have that. It had to be customizable. It had to be supported by the vetted network. And a big thing is anyone can use it, from CEO on down to your Intel analyst, because the CEO may have a different idea when he looks at the data or the Intel than the analyst has. And he may want to throw something in there. So kind of a way that some of the things we incorporated into this were accurate mapping top to bottom to top, doesn't matter. It's a map of that entire supply chain. It assesses risk. It provides recommendations automatically so that if you run this, one of the things is you don't want to have to go to everybody and provide a recommendation yourself and find their email. It'll provide recommendations to those with possible risk to improve that automatically. So if they run it, it'll tell them, here's how you fix this, right? Alleviate the problem. It automatically generates the reports. It generates those reports that you need to hand in, including click a button, and we do this with Canada right now. You click a button, and it does the legal filing for the Canadian legislation. It does it for other countries. I'm going to try to get with CBP. Where are you? I just saw it there. So I'm going to get with CBP, see if I can find out what their requirements are so we can build that report in and hit the button. We're actually working with CBSA in Canada to do that right now. Make it easier. Make it a benefit for people to use so it's easier to comply than to lie, right? And then it helps you fulfill the compliance requirements, the legal requirements, and people want to use it. That's what we find when we run this now, is suppliers that are even not in the supply chain anymore of a customer, they still run it. And they just want to run it so they have their information and they know what they're doing and they can provide these reports. We also built in online learning, just to throw that in there. You know, when you get a learning module, and that's a requirement in almost every legislation, you get that multiple choice question, you're just going to go through and pick the right answer and just go through it and you don't care. We built it into the questions that we ask, the learning of why we're asking this question, and it makes it more important to those people, and so they retain it, they retain the knowledge, and it's actually been proved to work better than not. So one of the things I always forget to ask.
Well, one of the things you were talking about maybe discussing was how CFL can actually map a single product, right? So a lot of the times our clients will come to us with a specific product because of alerts within a specific raw material. Yeah. And so they want to be able to map that specific product down the chain.
Yeah. It's good that Dave's here because I was going to go off on a totally different tangent. So I was at a conference just recently. We were in Dublin, and two huge companies were up on stage, and somebody asked them, do you know of any technology that maps a specific product from beginning to end? And both of their supply chain experts go, no, we're just not aware of it. And I went, well, I'm not advertising. This was designed around a lot of the legislations. We were there when Ambassador Sita Baca was came up in the trafficking in persons. He was first ambassador there. We were around to help draft the counterforced labor section of the Federal Acquisition Regulation and the Defense Federal Acquisition Regulation. So we knew what these things were saying. And it doesn't say kind of know your supply chain around this stuff. It says know your supply chain, which means top to bottom or bottom to top for that product. And so you have a shoe, this thing goes right through the supply chain for that shoe. You have a pharmaceutical product, if there's a certain piece of that they're worried about, a chemical that comes into that, you can start right above it once you find the map, and that's the agility part that we were talking about. This goes top to bottom for a specific product, so if you're looking for that, I'm sure there's other ones out there, but this actually was designed to do that.
Thanks, Colonel.
Sure.
Thanks, Colonel. David, back over to you. Are there any macro trends that you're seeing in the marketplace right now that are kind of giving you hope that we could be kind of changing the dynamic here?
Yeah, there are several that I see, and again, you know, a lot of good people in this room, and not just the ones coming up on the dais to talk. A lot of good people that have been doing a lot of good work for a very long time, and yet, if we're honest with ourselves, you know, we have been and we continue to lose this battle. But there are some macro trends, as you asked, that I think give me hope that maybe we can start turning this tide. One is just a growing awareness. Some of that is perhaps in the nonprofit space, but there's a growing awareness among consumers, younger generations that aren't so concerned about you know, what brand this is, but where did this cotton come from? That's a really unique question that I don't think the world has ever seen before. So there's a growing trend among consumers and just general awareness. Obviously, there's a growing trend. If you look at the document that's in front of you, you can see all of the legislation and the pending legislation. And so that's another macro trend, and more than that, I see more and more people. We've talked about it all day, but this idea of breaking down silos, sharing data, sharing information, working together, and then the last thing is that I mean, I'm part of it, so obviously I'm biased, but trying to access capital and capitalism to address this problem. The vast amount of money in the world, whether you look at it nation state by nation state, industry by industry, the vast amount of money in this world is in some form of capitalism. And so for all of our good work to be sponsored solely by governments or nonprofits or philanthropic dollars, like I think there's a lot more capital out there. And so if we can help business harness these technologies and this data and these initiatives, then I think we start turning the tide.
That's terrific. Just a few more minutes here. I think we're going to kind of wrap up soon. You know, any saved rounds kind of down the line, kind of closing comments, James, at the far end. Anything kind of closing to add as we wrap up the panel?
Yeah, I guess just to wrap up, you know, I think we touched upon some of the big themes. You know, it's this partnership, collaboration, it's the data, it's breaking down silos and so forth. And you know, just very glad that everyone's in the room here to kind of have these conversations and certainly talk through like how we can kind of approach this moving forward. But very eager to continue these talks beyond here as well. And you know, I think it gives me heart every time you know, this event is put on by the chamber, and you know, you see some of the familiar faces in the room each year, but I think everyone's got something new and novel to say every year, which is encouraging to the arc of where we're moving in this space. So I'll stop there and say thanks.
Thanks, James. Lieutenant Colonel, you often talk about just kind of doing good for the world, and it makes me kind of think about your relationship with Playing for Change, you know, in kind of your final salvo here. Do you want to comment on that as we kind of close the panel?
Yeah, sure. You know, so we've talked about a lot of things. We've talked about how technologies work, what direction we approach from, agility in your supply chain, use of drones. You know, I came from a place that had all the money in the world. Well, I say that. They'll complain that I said that. But the sensor systems, you know, we use drones and cameras, and I like that somebody else brought that up earlier. They're doing that. They're actually creating them. You know, you put all this stuff together, but why? To actually do better for people, right? It's to save them in the end. One of the things we did, and we can all do, because now I see people I already want to connect with, Playing for Change Foundation is a not-for-profit that uses music to bring the world together, right? It brings people together, and they build a lot of schools all over the world. So I was meeting their CEO for the first time. He was talking about making kids' lives better. And I saw a part there that he does that I don't do, right? I don't put kids in school, and I don't make them go to school and keep them in there by providing music. But what I do is I make sure their parents are being taken care of. And so we're missing the whole part, you know, we each have a piece of it. But with him now, and we work together, he does the schools, I do the parents, and I try to make sure they're being treated fairly. The big companies can do this, right? They can run this program where they make sure people are being treated fairly. The kids go to school, they get an education, they see their parents are doing well, they eat well, and they grow up and say, hey, I might want to stay here. I might want to work with that same company that my parents are working for because they had a good life, I had a good life, and you don't get brain drain. And that's really destroying areas around the world. You've seen this where all the kids want to do is get away from there. But then all it does is overcrowd another place, which creates another problem for the counter-human trafficking people out here, and that's how things work, right? So get with each other, do this together. We've all got a piece of the pie. Let's put them all together, and we'll have a big answer to save people.
Thanks, Colonel. And David, you know, kind of back to you, I guess, to close. You talked about, you know, being excited that, you know, you're seeing capitalism now get behind this problem, right, and attack it. That's tremendous. Any kind of parting shots as we kind of close the panel here?
Sure, I'll do a cliffhanger, and then anybody can come to me if you want to ask about it. But just coming back to what I was talking about just a moment ago, using the power of capitalism and capital, also using the levers of the global economy that we have. So one of the apex industries is insurance, right? When underwriters start writing things a certain way, everybody has to follow. Another one of the apex industries is the financial vertical, right? When the wealth managers and the investment community start saying, like, this is the way in which we will do business and this is the way we don't do business. And so one of the things that we've worked on and that we're proud of, and this is the cliffhanger, is we talking again about the DRC, we traced tantalum. We traced tantalum from known slave mines, and we traced it back to the S&P 500, and we hit 105 companies. And so if anybody's interested in that report, come find me.
That's great. Looks like the Colonel wants to see that. Thanks again for listening. Thanks for being here. Thank you to the panel. Are there any questions? If anyone does have a question for the panelists, would give you a moment to do that. Any raised hands? No? All right. Thank you.
So thank you to the panelists. Just want to say that as we're entering the discussion about forced labor and supply chains, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is taking this very seriously. These supply chains are extremely complex, and drilling deep into the supply chains is even more complex. And, you know, when I was thinking about just like the seatbelt from an automobile, and it can be manufactured in one place, assembled in another place, and then reassembled in another place. That's 3 places where a product just within a single entity or single component of a car is made. And when you start thinking about this on a more grand scale, the more difficult it is to sort of see who all your suppliers are. And so we're trying to take a proactive approach here at the Chamber, and we're working very closely with Counter Forced Labor Technologies, and we appreciate them sponsoring this forum. So with that said, I'm going to take the Master of Ceremonies prerogative and call Ashley Chapman up to the stage, and she can enter engage, and we'll give her 25 to half an hour, and then I'll come back with Marquis from A21 to make an announcement for our first ever Anti-Human Trafficking Awards, and then we'll break for lunch. So thank you.
All right, Andrea, yes, please join me. So thank you, Michael. Thank you to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It's good to be back in the house and joining you all. I'm meeting some new folks, seeing some old friends. So thank you for being here this morning. We are the panel between you and lunch. Lo siento. But we'll try to make it lively and hopefully exciting too. So with me today is Andrea Sorensen. I feel like she's my sister from another mother. Can I say it that way? Something like that. We met a couple of years, well, no, maybe longer than that. And what she had built in her company and what we were building in ours, it was just really a match made in heaven, we felt, for impact on the ground in communities. So I'll kick it off this way. As a human rights lawyer, and I have been at this work now for about 25 years and counting, I often say if there's one industry in a community, just one profession in a community, if all we had time to do was train one profession in a community, it would be healthcare on this. If you're unaware, you should know that the World Health Organization collated a whole lot of research around this last year and published a report that showed that up to 90% of victims of human trafficking in this country are seeking health care in local healthcare settings many, many times. Some studies have shown on average between 15 and 18 times before they are being identified as such and cared for as such. Carrying with them, another study has shown 10 plus concurrent mental, physical, and sexual and reproductive health conditions. Now you juxtapose that against other holding stats that show that less than 1% of victims, whilst they're being exploited, are ever identified. And we have this gaping hole of an opportunity to try to help those in a position to see this in their communities, which frankly is really every person. But those that are seeing victims and survivors again and again and again in a community are healthcare. And so how do we get healthcare engaged? How do we get them to understand not just the issue itself, but know what to do in that moment, and then who to call in their own community to activate? I've trained thousands of healthcare professionals over the years, and the hitch is never, is this happening? no matter where we are, rural pregnancy clinics to massive healthcare hospital institutions, people flag cases left and right during that training. They'll say, what about this? Or what about we just saw this in our ER? We just saw this in our health clinic. We just saw this pattern showing up in our pregnancy clinics. And it is always human trafficking that they just missed. And the hitch has always been not that they don't generally understand human trafficking, or perhaps that now they've learned the indicators to know how to see it. The hitch is always, what do I do right now when I see this? And who do I call? What's the protocol in this healthcare setting? Who do I call in my local community? What if I'm talking or trying to resource someone who doesn't speak the language I speak? And the whole thing rather unravels at that moment. So when I met Andrea and heard about Vision and all that they were building, I was like, this is going to be good. How about we? And Andrea said yes, and we're going to dive into this because we just launched it last week, and we are super psyched with the impact we've already seen. But I'm going to back up because we're talking today about the critical importance of business coming to the table alongside government and community efforts. And whilst human trafficking is a global issue, the solutions are often local. And so how do we enable local action in that moment? So before we dive into the solution we built, Andrea, would you please share with us about Vision and about why you as a company, you as a founder of a tech innovation company, came to the table around an issue like this?
Yes. So it was interesting because when we first talked, one of the things that really struck me about what Ashley was talking about is she didn't say, I want to train 1 million people. She said, I want to save 1 million lives. There was a distinct difference in the activity versus the result. And I was drawn to focusing on the result that you wanted to have. My background prior to founding Vision, and I'm an accidental entrepreneur. I never intended to start a business. I felt compelled to do that because I had a solution that I knew could have an impact. My background, I'm a process engineer, and my focus my entire career has been on finding the ways to make change successful. And it's fascinating as we're talking about, I mean, this is a very complex issue that as we've been, the amazing group of people and so much effort toward this. And so can we look at the components of this problem and figure out, all right, well then how do we put this together in a way to have that be successful? And I knew that from my background with change over and over again and studying change at almost all levels, from our New Year's resolutions, like how are we all doing, right? 90% of us have already given up on our New Year's resolutions and actually did so by the end of January. That trend follows into our business endeavors and into our campaigns and all of our efforts for any change at any level. And in fact, the rate of success decreases the more complex the change is and the more parties are involved that have to be part of the solution. And so the reason why I started Vision was because after managing change efforts for many, many years, what I realized is that it's not a gamble. It's not like, hey, 90% of change efforts are going to be unsuccessful and you're just rolling the dice and about 1 out of 10 is successful. That's not what it is. There are, just like the laws of nature, there are core components that when they're in place, then a change will be successful consistently, right? And so I built Vision to fill a gap that I knew existed, that I had experienced within the organizations that I served. And when Ashley talked about the purpose of saving lives, right? I'm all in for saving lives. Now, what Vision is, we look at, and the threads have already been spoken about in terms of the collaboration. How do you have a cohesive message to an individual with all of the different voices that are part of a solution, right? How do you handle the fragmentation? How do you get into the moment? Josh was talking about one of the most difficult things being, how do you get the right information to the right person at the right time so that they can take the right action? That's why we built Vision. We knew we had to simplify those moments. Not all moments are equal. And if you can get into the right moments, right, the leverage point moments, which is what we're talking about with healthcare, right? There is a touch point. If 90% of individuals who are at risk are being seen by healthcare professionals, there's an established touch point, a leverage point. And now, how do you make it successful for the individual who has received excellent training to now remember what they have learned and be able to act in the moment while they have so many other things to do? And so the potential to partner with a very flexible, easy to use tool to be able to provide the providers quick references and also the tool to share those resources with individuals at risk was very compelling for my company. And it was cool too because you had shared your vision with me and it intersected with my vision of implementing successful changes and being part of that, we've been able to grow together over the last few years to be able to have technology. It's called structural coupling, right? As you grow together and you wind around each other, so that we've been able to, both of us grow to really be effective in that. And I think that shows in the product that we're developing.
Yeah, so what we've been building towards for a couple of years now to enable all of this to occur in a moment, on the ground, in a local community, was something we call just in time. So, it's a longer name. So the just-in-time solution for healthcare, but it's just in time. The big idea being, can we provide critical training to any healthcare setting of folks? So it could be a whole hospital, it could be a whole statewide association of hospitals, it could be a local walk-in clinic, whoever raises their hand for this tool. Can we get them equipped with the knowledge they need? Then, can we provide these, the way it works, and I'll let Andrea kind of geek out with you on kind of the functionalities within the tool. But can we provide in the moment when they think they're seeing something, whether it's at the front desk, the back desk, providing care, taking blood, when they start to go, wait a second, am I seeing? Then they have access to that information right away. Are you seeing these things? Then here's what you do. This is what your healthcare setting will do. And here are the local community partners to help. All that's already baked in to this tool. And there's a provider-facing piece of this, a patient-facing piece of this, and a community provider-facing piece of this. We baked it all together, and we call it Just in Time. We just launched it in Mississippi last week, which immediately led to the recovery within 24 hours of local victims of human trafficking in that community. It was amazing to watch. Yeah, it was awesome. So Andrea, tell us, geek out. Okay, what are all the cool components of Just in Time? And obviously, it's a collaboration between government, business, local nonprofit leaders, the healthcare sector, our companies. But tell us what makes it sing.
All right. So looking at there's three main parts of successful change, right? First, you have to identify who are all the people that need to do something, right? And then you need to make it very easy for them to do that thing. And you also need to align it with what they're already trying to do. And when you can put those three things together, then you can implement the change. And it has to be, I want to talk about the easy to do, because if there's any friction, if there's extra steps, if I have to remember, man, how do I get to, then we don't do it. We don't take the extra steps. We can't take the extra time. It has to be at just like one tap away from what you need. And so what we did was we partnered up to say, all right, well, first, the healthcare professionals need the expert training that Justice U has created, and they have incredible training, and it helps with compliance, 5 CEUs that helps with their licensure. Then we took that training, my team took that training, and we sliced it all up, right? So they'll get the training from Justice Hugh, but then we slice it all up to say, okay, you learned all of this in training, but what do you need to know at what moment? We did the touch point analysis. This is where I geek out, right? So we mapped the journey, and then we said, here's the different touch points, right? It could be at reception. It could be at billing. It could be when they're taking blood. It could be in the conversation. It could be them in a waiting area, right? Could be in the restroom, actually, is when we found one of the strongest touch points of opportunity, because guess what? You're alone, hopefully, in a restroom, right, where you have a moment. So you look at those, where are the touch points, where are the leverage points, and who needs to do what when. And then we identified, okay, here's what the different types of professionals within the healthcare organization. We started with the healthcare providers, but then it extended to say, well, wait, whoever's helping with billing or whoever greets at the front, they're part of this as well. And they would look for different things and they would do different things based on that. So we sliced it all up so that it's not this big, your part is only this big. And then we made it a simple touch away. And this is where vision comes in. Is that we built a platform that is, vision has 3 eyes, and so does the word intuitive, because we wanted to make it so easy that in the moment you could just access and be able to get what you specifically need so that you can have the information to make a good decision and that then you can act. And we did that for the providers at their different roles to be able to identify what do they need to know and what do they need to do. And then it also provides the resource, because they're actually physically with the individual at risk. Like that's a huge leverage point. If we're talking touch points, like that's so important. And so the ability to, that I maybe as a provider would know what to do, but also that I can provide to an individual at risk the information and the resources so that they also can access those resources, or many who don't recognize their situation as a situation of human trafficking, that they even understand what is wrong with their situation and that they have rights and that they have options. So then the tool is readily shareable with the individuals at risk or with the community that also helps them to take action. As an example of removing friction, one of the things that Vision does, and this had seemed to me, this actually is at the core of why I was an accidental entrepreneur, because I was shocked to realize the extra burden that we put on individuals to be able to access information. We make them do too much work. And you think about the ordinary QR code, which has, I mean, everyone scans at this point, and those moments are important because someone's making effort to get information. And with Vision, we have a patented technology that when you scan a QR code, will detect the language on your device and then deliver the information and the access you need in your language. You don't have to navigate through an unfamiliar language, and you don't have to change settings, right? So every point of friction in terms of extra steps, changing settings, it's like get the person what they need in the moment that they need to be able to make a good decision and then take action. And we did that for the multiple levels, for the providers and the different roles within the healthcare organization, as well as for the community members, and then as well as for the individuals. And we made it shareable so that then potentially an individual at risk can then help others in the community that maybe don't have those touch points.
Yeah. So just drilling down so many onion layers deep to try to get that information specific to the person seeking it, who has access to that information at that moment, whether they are a potential victim or survivor, to say, are you experiencing these things? And if you are, then this setting is trained to help you. They're ready to help you, and here's how you can ask for help. And whatever language they speak, you know. And then we've got other partners that we're bringing to the table global partners who can help us expand it to 6,000 languages and dialects, plus sign, both in text and audio. So we're going to be making it better and better every single day. But then helping providers know that information, clicking their QR code that says, hey, if you're sitting at this reception desk and you see these are the indicators, now here's your steps to take. And those steps have been designed with that healthcare setting and in collaboration with the local nonprofit and direct service providers and the local task forces or coalitions dedicated to it. So it is quite the conglomerate effort between local law enforcement, government agencies, Department of Children's Services, that local healthcare setting, the whole goal being if it gets deployed at that level of granularity, then it could immediately make an impact, and it certainly did just in that first 24 hours from launch last week. Now, we were discussing, when we're talking about business coming to the table, business can bring, and you just do, I guess I should say we do, sorry, I swim in that lane quite a bit myself these days, a different energy and a different level of resourcing and a different level of innovation. And I think that's the power of business coming to the table. When Michael and I first met years ago, a lot of the conversation was around business not being part of the problem of human trafficking. And there is a lot to be done. There certainly is a ton to be done there. But I get very passionate about how business can be part of the solution to human trafficking and all the communities where they live, they work, they serve, they get their sourcing, their supply chain, all of it. How do we, to Lieutenant Colonel's point earlier, bring light and energy behind that? Because when business can come alongside government and academia and nonprofits and law enforcement, things can shift and change. They really can. And we don't all have to be building from scratch, right? So if we can leverage what each of us are uniquely positioned to give and have already designed, now all of a sudden we don't have to raise millions of dollars to get something done. We're leveraging resources amongst each other in ways that are going to get way more efficient, way more impactful, way more sustainable, and even scalable in the long run. I know you had some thoughts around that too.
Yeah, I think that especially in the current challenges that many organizations are facing, where there is a significant reduction in funding that had been expected, then the ability to have really great tools that you don't have to build from scratch. And I think that often what happens is when we are trying to address a problem, then we build what we need to be able to get to an endpoint. But one of the things that I found as a process engineer and in studying the patterns of change is that often the things that are needed are the same across many different situations. So for example, the solution that we're using with just-in-time is also, we use vision for tourism and for putting codes on packaging and products to be able to provide information to customers on how to use their products or where, or about the supply chain behind it, right? Like the same excellent communication tool leverages into this use case as well. And then Ashley and her company is able to leverage millions of dollars that has been put into building this tool that you don't have to build. And with a conversation like me, or a conversation with me, all of a sudden, you have an ace card to play, which is purpose. Because as soon as we talked, it was like, I'm fully in. I've been everywhere you've invited me to be. I've every way I've developed my technology, I'm always thinking, how will it affect and how can it also impact this? And I think that ACE card that you have as you've developed the technology partnerships, then the technology can grow alongside so that it can find what you need. But I think this is part of also what I'm hearing, with a complex problem that's too big for any one person or any one organization to solve. I'm hearing the words, Brandy, you had said collaboration. It requires extensive collaboration. And I think that the assessment to say, what tools exist, who is already doing what, and how do we leverage that rather than recreate wheels. We don't need to recreate wheels. We need to leverage what exists and figure out how better to work together to bring our strengths to the table. And that was something that you said also that was magical for me. Like, she really got me. First conversation, I'm like, I'm in. Tell me what you need. But one of the things she said is that rather than focusing on, because it's really overpowering. If you say human trafficking, it feels so big, and it feels like I felt a wave of helplessness to say, I don't know how to make a dent in this. It's really complex. How would I? But she had said, you are uniquely positioned to help in specific ways. That gets my attention, because now we're slicing up the problem, right? To say, and how are you specifically prepared? What do you have? And how do we put it into place in that collaboration in a way so that we can have a holistic solution? And this is one of the things that I've found that has been really beautiful and powerful, is that for complex problems, the solutions will be simple. And they will be, the word that keeps coming up that I take as a compliment for like vision is, it's elegant, it's simple. We've absorbed the complexity to help simplify the actions in the moment. And I think that as a group, that's what we all need to do, is say, what's our pieces, pull together, figure out how to collaborate, and then how do we make that simple for those who need to take action?
Yeah. Well, we're pretty excited, as you can tell. And we're excited about not just supporting Mississippi in all of this, but we've got this heading out nationally and I hope globally too, rather soon. So if you're fascinated about this blend of tech, we can geek out with you later about it. I'm going to hand the mic back over to Michael. And I just want to thank you, Michael, for your leadership and just your great stewardship over this task force here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank everyone in this room, old friends and new, for being here, for all you do. And, you know, blessings on your lunch. So here you go, Michael.
Thank you, Ashley and Andrea, and thank you also with Counterforce Labor Technologies for sponsoring this event. I know Ashley and I, we go back to just about around 6 years ago now, and we've been working very collaboratively. We're both very passionate in the anti-human trafficking space, and when I first met Ashley, I thought, this is amazing. Somebody actually gets why the business community is involved. I kept on getting questions. Don't you think the business community has better things to do? And it's like, no, the business community has to do this. Every time that we address forced labor, every time we combat sex trafficking, the community is improved, businesses feel comfortable being in the community, and hence commerce prospers. So as the representative of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, I'm very pleased today to, and I'm gonna ask Marquis to join me up here on the stage, that announce that A21 and the U.S. Chamber are launching the applications for 2 awards, the Prevention Award and the Survivor Empowerment Award. And these awards are going to recognize business leaders in the anti-trafficking field. She's going to describe the awards and how they're being judged, and I'm going to go through the application process. So,
fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Michael, and just echoing everyone's sentiments here. Thank you for your leadership, for your continued yes. It's not an easy space that we all serve this mission in, to see slavery abolished within our spheres of influence in the whole world. So thank you for continuing to lean in. And on behalf of A21, we're a global anti-human trafficking organization that is headquartered here in the United States. We are elated, thrilled, honored. There's not a proper word to encapsulate how we feel as an organization to have the privilege of launching this award with you and the Chamber of Commerce. So as Michael shared, there are 2 key areas that businesses have the opportunity to apply, and we encourage you. Applications are officially open right this minute, right? I checked the website this morning. As Ashley so eloquently put it, businesses have a vital role to play. It's not an either or. So we're excited to celebrate the things that are working and get the opportunity to do that. So for the first category around prevention, we chose very self-explanatory terms, to be candid, no need to make it fancy. But for prevention, it's recognizing businesses that are combating through prevention, education, and awareness. So you'll see on the award website, there are 4 key questions that we encourage businesses to answer as they go about applying, 4 key factors. One is the number of people reached with awareness. The number of people matters. That sets off a ripple effect. So not just potential, but also confirmed. Any insights you can give there. the number of outreach initiatives that have taken place within a business, demonstrated efforts leading that have confirmed trafficking cases being identified. We don't just want to equip and empower people. We would love to hear stories of how that training has actually led to identifications and actions taken within a business's sphere of influence, whether it's their supply chain, local markets, customers that are participating and purchasing. And then the fourth piece for that award is stories of impact. We've heard a lot of powerful data, notes, anecdotes. We want to hear the stories of life change. For the Survivor Empowerment Award, it is just that. It's businesses that are going above and beyond to empower survivors. These are men and women with remarkable stories, and we want to be able to celebrate how businesses are going the extra mile to ensure that these men and women can reach their full potential. Under this category of award, we'll take into consideration how they are sponsoring and collaborating in efforts around restorative programs. And there's no one-size-fits-all. If you've been in the anti-trafficking space long enough, there are a myriad of opinions. We want to hear what's working in your business and celebrate it alongside you. Survivor Employment Gateways. How are you opening up opportunities for these men and women to engage in a job that they can really start over and then again reach their full potential? What in your business is survivor focused, and what informed campaigns have you run connected to survivor empowerment? And then survivor engagement opportunities. So there's a lot that goes into this award process. This will be our first year doing it, and we are thrilled. On the website, you'll hear more about how we're going to be going about making the decisions, what the criteria is. I will note, especially around the Survivor Empowerment Award, we have survivors that will be a part of that decision. We're not going to speak on their behalf, but we will have them collaborate and help to make the choice. So do you want to explain the application process and what all happens next?
Sure. So I think the easiest way is if you go to Google, you can just type in A21 and U.S. Chamber of Commerce Anti-Human Trafficking Award. You can also go to our website. It's a little lengthy, so it'll be uschamber.com/awards competition /anti-human trafficking awards. So it's a little lengthy. They're going to, email it. I would just Google A21 and U.S. Chamber. It's a little lengthy. You got to scroll to the bottom of the page. It's going to say applications, and then you'll have to go through the required fields. The text of the application has to go where it says written application text, and then your reply cannot exceed more than 5,000 words. So if it goes over, you're going to hit, it's not going to let you submit. And then the awards, like Marquis said, we're going to consult with, for the Survivor Empowerment Award, with lived experience experts. But for the Prevention Award, we're gonna judge that with an anti-human trafficking expert that's well recognized in the field. And then I'm pleased to announce right before lunch that the Chamber's next event with A21 will be on Wednesday, November 19th, where we'll give these awards out as part of a ceremony following that event. So you can put the save the date on your calendar. And with that, they're due the first week of October. So October 6th. So for the people on the live stream, again, the awards are due on October 6th. We'll be judging them throughout the course of the month, and then we'll be back for November 19th to announce the winners. So do you have anything further, or we're good?
No.
Right, I think we're good. So if you're on the live stream, you can break for lunch or go back to your work. If you're in DC and you're on the live stream, we have food here. Come here. Come go see the people that have been speaking and that have been attendees. And with that said, we'll adjourn for lunch, and we'll be back in 45 minutes. So thanks, everyone. So we're going to get started in another minute here for the people in the room and on the live stream. We're very fortunate to have Charity Morsi from Counterforced Labor Technologies interview two former ambassadors at large. We have Cindy Dyer from the McCain Institute here in person, and virtually all the way from Europe, we have Dr. Carrie Johnstone. So we should be able to pull her up on the screen, and then for the people on the live stream, you should be able to see her. So Dr. Johnstone, can you hear us? We're good. So we're good to go. I just have one quick announcement that I wanted to make about the A21, the inaugural A21 and U.S. Chamber Awards before Charity begins the discussion about the international perspectives on human trafficking, which is that if you want to refer someone to the nominee, you can click on the web link, or you can apply yourself as a referrer. So I just want to clarify that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Charity, and she's going to talk to Dr. Johnstone and former Ambassador Cindy Dyer. So thank you both.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Charity Morsi. I'm with Counterforced Labor Technologies. We've provided this fabulous journal here that you can look at, and I've heard some great things also about the legislation that people are enjoying using it as a good toolkit. So today, I would like to introduce both of our ladies here. We have Dr. Johnstone and Ambassador Dyer. Thank you for joining us for this very critical discussion on forced labor and the global supply chain. We're honored to have you both here today. As we know, forced labor remains one of the most insidious human rights abuses of our time, often hidden deep within complex supply chains that span continents. Millions of women, men, and children are trapped in situations of coercion, deception, and debt bondage that feed global markets. Today, we aim to explore how international frameworks, national policies, survivor-centered approaches, and corporate accountability can intersect to disrupt these exploitive systems. We'll also look ahead to emerging risks and opportunities for stronger collaboration. And with that, let's begin. So if you want to do some introductory remarks, maybe you first, Doctor, just tell us about your background and any opening statements you have, and then Ambassador Dyer as well. So thank you. And thank you for joining us from Europe.
Yeah, hello. So you can call me Carrie. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate in today's meeting. It's such an important venue, and I really appreciate the opportunity to join you all. The private sector has such an important role to play in combating human trafficking and protecting victims. So I'm really thrilled to be with you. I am currently based in Vienna, Austria, at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, where I am the special representative and coordinator to combat trafficking in human beings. So thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Hi, it's so nice to see y'all. I am currently the Chief Program Officer at the McCain Institute, but I was most recently, prior to that, the Ambassador at Large for the Trafficking in Persons Office at the State Department. I also spent many years working, leading the human rights programs at a large international NGO, but I got my start as a prosecutor in Dallas, Texas, which is why I sound like this. And it is such a pleasure to be with you. It's so interesting. I have worked in government, both local and national, and I've also worked at NGOs, but you bring such important expertise and opportunity to the table because you were in the business sector. And I love trying to find ways to collaborate with all of you. Please know that we need your help. We need your support. Thank you for being here, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. So we're going to go through a few questions. So the first one, how can international frameworks like those advanced by your Office of the OSCE and at the U.S. State Department's Trafficking in Persons TIP report, how can they better support national governments in holding corporations accountable for forced labor and supply chains? Whoever would like to go first. Go ahead. Oh,
Me?
Yes.
No,
yeah.
Carrie, do you want to take it or you want me to?
I can jump in and then let you go. So I think one of the important things about the OSCE is we're an intergovernmental body. So we work with participating states, there are 57 of them, and partner countries as well, to support governments' efforts. Governments have an obligation to prevent trafficking in persons for the purpose of forced labor, including through working with the private sector and companies, and encouraging them to act responsibly through binding legislation and codifying principles requiring transparency and due diligence in private sector supply chains. There's really an important role that governments have to play and have responsibilities to play or to fulfill. But also you all in the private sector have critically important roles to play. What we do here is try to help bring together both governments and civil society and the private sector in partnering to advance progress to combat human trafficking. Governments and also those of us in public sector organizations like the OSCE should also lead by example by applying the same criteria to our own procurement. If governments and private sector companies can detect and remove the risks of human trafficking within their supply chains, trafficking will become less profitable and hence less widespread. That is particularly true for large governments like the United States and organizations like the UN, whose purchasing power is mammoth and can shape practices through their own supply chains. So that's sort of what we can do in part by modeling in our own activities. Also the frameworks that we have here within the OSCE, and I will let Ambassador Dyer speak to the U.S. efforts in the TIP report. But I will say that they're consistent in supporting national governments in raising awareness about the risks of human trafficking in supply chains and holding corporations accountable for forced labor by strengthening legal frameworks, promoting transparency, and fostering collaboration. And this includes implementing due diligence requirements for businesses, enhancing data collection and information sharing, a critical point, I think, throughout the conversations today, and also providing for capacity building for governments to enforce regulations, I would add to adopt and enforce regulations effectively and proactively to combat human trafficking and identify and protect victims. Maybe I'll pause there and turn it over to Ambassador Dyer.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Carrie. I think that we're well positioned. There's, in many parts of the law, there is rarely one singular international instrument that pretty much by and large all countries have signed on to. As I said, I'm a former prosecutor, and much of the time, individual crimes look super, super different. The elements are super, super different depending on what country that you're in. But in our situation, when it comes to trafficking, the Palermo Protocol really has done a pretty good job of ensuring consistency across government efforts. And that makes it easier for us to encourage governments to work together. But I think that while I think that we have pretty good consistency, generally speaking, in the laws and the elements, there is a lack of cooperation when it comes to sharing of data and also sharing of criminal investigative information. And this is a crime that uniquely crosses borders. And I joke, the young people would call it gatekeeping. But I really do feel like countries, they get that information and they keep it close hold. And we've got to find better ways for countries to share this information because it is absolutely a crime that is crossing borders. I'll give one example. The emergence of the online scam operations, many of them in Southeast Asia, where you have individuals tricked, going to what they think is a real job. They end up in the online scam. So they've already crossed borders. They're now in a special economic zone or maybe Myanmar. They're scamming individuals in America, in Australia. Individuals are giving money to cryptocurrencies based in some island country. There is so much international this is a huge network, but I think that one of the reasons we're having such a hard time addressing it is because we're not coordinating enough. And I really do think that more data sharing, more coordination, Interpol is doing a good job, but I think that we've got to do more. And even I think there could be a benefit to having maybe special coordination just to address online scams. And then those formulations, those frameworks can then involve, okay, and how can we address this other issue? But that's what I see. We've got the basic law that's the same, but the people are not coming to the table and disclosing the information as much as I think they could.
Oh, that's so important. Thank you. On supply chain transparency and accountability, how can countries incentivize businesses to proactively identify and remediate forced labor rather than just comply with the minimal reporting requirements? What do you think, Doctor?
So thank you for this question. I think it's really important and related to the last question also. I think one of the challenges is that there are different laws and regulations regarding supply chain due diligence by individual countries, and now with the EU Corporate Social Responsibility Due Diligence Directive that will apply to a large number, all EU member states, eventually once governments have to implement that. So I do think when it comes to regulations of supply chains and due diligence and transparency on that, there hasn't been a unified approach. And that's one of the challenges that I hear most often from private sector partners, that they're all trying to understand what are the different requirements and wanting to see more alignment in those systems. I think with the EU CSDDD, the directive that is set to go into force by requiring EU member states to change their legislation, I think that's one opportunity to align at least a large number of countries' regulations in this area. But I think that's one of the challenges, and one of the things that governments can do is adopting legislation that's clear, helping private sector companies implement those, understanding what that transparency is. And I think to Ambassador Dyer's point about governments being maybe reluctant to share information, including law enforcement data. Also, there are data privacy restrictions as well that affect a lot of countries' ability to cooperate. But I think also the private sector, we need to incentivize them to share information, including on transparency when they find a problem. I think there's fear to be one of the first to come out with problems that they found, and we need to find ways to help incentivize and support through technical capacity building the private sector to actually understand where the risks of forced labor throughout their supply chains, and incentivize as a positive step when they do find problems that they report them and then they remediate them.
Yes, thank you. Ambassador?
Thank you. I think that governments have done a good job, but have a responsibility to continue encouraging companies to do innovative work. And I think that we've seen this work pretty well. For example, the Trafficking Persons Office, we had grants that we could get out that would encourage governments to encourage good things. One thing that we know, and I mentioned, my background is in government and in nonprofits, right? One thing that we know for sure is that in those situations, the best responses, our best ideas from government to address trafficking, our best ideas at nonprofits to address trafficking often come from survivors. I think that the corporate equivalent of that, like I tell governments and I tell NGOs, utilize survivors. Make sure they're on your staff and on your board and on your policy committee. I think that the corporate version of incorporating survivors is incorporating workers, worker-led ideas. I think that that's the flip side. And I think that in the same way that government and NGOs, really incorporating survivor is a newer issue. When I started working back when dinosaurs roamed the planet in 1992, we did not incorporate survivor voices in our well, first of all, we didn't have that term human trafficking, but I was working in gender-based violence. We didn't do that. But we have learned that the best ideas come from that, and I really think that the corporate version is worker-led. And I think that what we know, governments have often, encouraging human rights due diligence through social auditing. I don't really think you can outsource this. I don't think corporations can outsource due diligence. I think that there's kind of been a cottage industry that's created. I'll pay you, you come and take a look at this and give me a check mark. And I actually think that money probably would be better spent in investing in worker-led initiatives. We have seen that these social auditing really hasn't done a very good job of preventing disasters. And I really think that there is a great opportunity in worker-led initiatives. And I think that governments have an obligation to kind of encourage us to keep doing, keep striving, try to do something better. And I've even seen some where they have, worker education on staff. And I really think that is going to be the best way for companies to hold themselves accountable. And also then when bad things happen, frankly, you get to share the blame. You can say, look, we are trying. We even have a program with our own workers knowing that they have the best idea on the ground. I really think that from so many perspectives, that is the key to taking us to the next level. And I think that governments should be encouraging it.
That's great. That leads me to my next question. What role can survivor-led, or like you were saying, worker-led organizations play in monitoring supply chains and advising governments on effective anti-forced labor policies? Doctor?
Sure, I'll chime in on that. I agree absolutely with what Ambassador Dyer said about the importance of engaging and including workers' perspective in anti-trafficking efforts and efforts to root out forced labor in supply chains. I also think there's an important role that survivors of human trafficking can play, not only for governments and civil society, but also the private sector. They understand better than any of us what efforts have worked in the past and have failed, and the ground reality of where the risks are so that we can root out those risks. And then also the needs to remediate the problems once they do happen. So I think that there's a lot that the private sector can do to include lived experience expertise in their anti-trafficking work to make sure that it is truly victim-centered, trauma-informed, and also really grounded in reality. There are a lot of different roles that survivors can play as consultants, as experts, as employees. Always encourage not only governments and civil society, but also the private sector when you're doing work in supply chain due diligence to consider hiring those with lived experience expertise. They have tremendous expertise, and we all can benefit from that. The key, I think, is what we try to model here at the OSCE and encourage other governments to do also. I would say the same applies for the private sector, and that's the importance of ethical, trauma-informed inclusion of lived experience expertise in working with survivors. So compensating them for their expertise, understanding what a trauma-informed workplace is that will benefit all of your workers, because trauma extends far beyond human trafficking, but probably to many other employees. So I think there's a lot that the private sector can gain from including lived experience experts in their anti-trafficking efforts as well.
Excellent, thank you. And Ambassador?
I have to foot stomp. I really think for folks that don't know, Carrie Johnstone was really a visionary on including survivors in every way in the Trafficking in Persons Office, and she has continued that in her role at the OSCE. And she really took U.S. leadership on this issue and is bringing it to the international stage, starting with the EU. So for those in this room, we have to take a moment to really thank her for that. She really is true. It's true. And so and that's just such an example of, U.S. leadership is important, but then it's also important for us to sort of demonstrate and go beyond. A couple of the ways that we did it at the Trafficking in Persons Office, when we actually went to the OSCE or the OAS, or Organization for American States, for multilateral engagements, we brought a member of the U.S. Advisory Council, a survivor, to sit at the table with us. I shared the chair, literally, and I kind of made a point of getting up and leaving because I wanted that survivor to sit behind the flag, to sit behind the United States delegation. So not just saying that we include them, but actually demonstrating, and I think that that's really what's needed. And I also think that it's not just important at like a engagement like that, but also even some of the back of the house work, looking at the Trafficking in Persons report. Does this look good to you? What is an idea that should be covered in this year's report? What do we need to lift up? And giving them access to the greatest power, that document. And I'll also say, I do think that there are probably examples of how businesses can do that, but in your perspective. As I've said, I worked for Phillips Petroleum for the summer of 1988. I thought, I will never, I don't care what I have to do, I'm not going to do this the rest of my life. So hats off to y'all. Best internship I ever had, because it certainly indicated that that is not what I needed to do. But I think that in the same way that Carrie and I, or in nonprofits, have identified ways to bring survivors to the table, I think corporations can do the same thing in your context. Identify ways to bring workers to the table, maybe survivors too, but definitely workers, because they will help you identify things that you can do that you probably haven't even thought about. I know some ideas that I was just jotting down that I know from other companies of including and involving workers in your risk assessment processes, including and involving workers in the design and or the performance of your grievance mechanisms. All of these things start to sprinkle the seeds, and I think that you will benefit in the same way that the US and the NGOs have done in this space.
Thank you. On international cooperation, what improvements do you see are needed in international coordination to dismantle cross-border trafficking networks that feed forced labor into the supply chains? Doctor, you first.
Sure. So as Ambassador Dyer said, human trafficking, it's not always a transnational crime, but it often is. So the importance of cross-border transnational law enforcement cooperation, but also between civil society, the private sector, really, I think, cannot be overstated how important that really is. To effectively dismantle cross-border trafficking networks that underpin the forced labor in supply chains, we really requires improved international cooperation and coordination across a variety of areas. Global supply chains, as you all know better than I, are increasingly complex and involve multiple layers of subcontractors across different countries and even continents. And traffickers so often use those gaps between countries to exploit and hide their abuses. So what we really see, and again, I think this has been a theme throughout today's event, is the need for enhanced information sharing, both within the private sector, across governments, but I would say really the whole array of stakeholders working on to combat human trafficking and protect victims. That also should include joint investigations, harmonized legal frameworks that can facilitate swift action across borders, establishing clear protocols for cross-border collaboration, and strengthening law enforcement and judicial cooperation, because these are really critical to effective law enforcement and protection for victims. International organizations like the OSCE, I would argue, are uniquely positioned to act as facilitators of dialogue and cooperation, not only among member states, but across an array of stakeholders, and can provide a platform for the exchange of expertise. We try to do this through capacity building activities where people can really roll up their sleeves and practice working together on individual cases, but also through things like publications that we provide and research that we provide. I think there are a variety of ways that improved transnational cooperation can benefit all of us in our efforts to combat human trafficking and protect victims, and everyone has a role to play.
Thank you. Yes, and transparency is key. That was the theme today. Ambassador?
I really agree with everything that Carrie said, and I think that governments, ideally, we're going to have another government that we can have a good cooperation with and that we can have good coordination with. I will tell you that that's not always the case. We certainly, in the US, there were some governments that when we had an issue, we had a really strong interlocutor that we could go to, we could put our heads together, and we could coordinate. And that's not always the case. There were other governments where I felt like the last person that I would tell any information to was a member of that government. And in those situations, I think we needed to lean in on, and I think companies can do this too, lean in on the NGOs on the ground that are working with survivors, that are working with workers. Those people have the information. We utilized, even at the State Department, information from NGOs on the ground in countries to help us implement our anti-trafficking policies. And we were always, you have to be careful with that, right? You have to be super careful. But I really think that's what we need to do. I also think in addition to focusing on local NGOs, leaning into technology. There are ways that we can get information through tech, through data, that we didn't have even 10 years ago. And it's something that we at the Trafficking Persons Office really felt strongly about, because we knew that traffickers were certainly using technology to commit their crimes. We know that. But what we also know is that the good guys can use technology to help us interdict those crimes, identify weak spots. And I really think kind of leaning into that. Another thing that I wanted to flag is recognizing that cross-border is so challenging. The Trafficking Persons Office does support an NGO that has a responsible sourcing tool that companies can use, and they even have this responsible sourcing tool for some of the most challenging industries like fishing and seafood. So relying on the resources that are already there. And the organization that the Trafficking Persons Office that we developed the responsible sourcing tool with is Verite, great organization. So I just think like leaning into alternative sources of information in the absence of the cooperation that should be there.
Thank you. If we're forward-looking, I would like to ask, what emerging risks in global supply chains are you most concerned about regarding forced labor? For example, linked to climate-driven migration or new industries, for example. Doctor?
Sure. Well, as Ambassador Dyer just said, technology, I think, is both one of the greatest and fastest growing enablers of human trafficking, but also has the huge potential if we can leverage the positive use of technology in the fight against trafficking. So one of the new technologies in particular that we have been focused on here in the OSCE is looking at artificial intelligence and digital translation tools that Ambassador Dyer already mentioned. Online scam centers, those are being used at scale by criminals to both find their victims and to urge them to commit their crimes, in which victims are forced to commit, these crimes online. We're also working to raise awareness about the links between artificial intelligence and human trafficking, including in a recent publication that we did together with the Bali process that not only tried to raise awareness, but also included concrete recommendations for government, civil society, and the private sector. We're also advocating, as Ambassador Dyer suggested, for leveraging the power of technology and specifically AI to combat and identify human trafficking victims and to increase the efficiency of all of our efforts. I would also say, as you mentioned, there is certainly a concern about the growing risk of climate-driven migration and the intersections between climate and human trafficking. We definitely see growing risks in new and expanding sectors such as green energy, electrical vehicle production, and digital platform-based work. I would say here, I think it's often presented as a choice that we either can advance our environmental goals or the fight against human trafficking, and I think that's a false dichotomy. And you all know better than I about the opportunities to advance both of those goals together.
Thank you. Ambassador?
There's a couple of things that I think I'm sort of keeping an eye on. One thing that I don't know, I have often lamented that the media conflates the issue of human smuggling and human trafficking. And I know all of you in this room are knowledgeable. And so how often have we seen the tagline of, human trafficker, convicted, found, whatever, and then you read, and it is a human smuggling case straight up. There's not a bit of human trafficking in there. And I think that we've, for years, tried to sort of separate these two out and tried to educate people about what the difference is. But I do also think that while we're trying to separate these out, we also need to acknowledge that they are interrelated. And as governments, including our own, really crack down on migration and make sure that borders are secure and make sure that individuals are not crossing borders, I do worry that people still want to cross the border. And they're still going to try, but now they're going to have to hire a smuggler, hence the not trafficker, right? A smuggler. And I do worry, and I saw this when I was in Dallas a long time ago. In the early 90s, people would pay a smuggler, they'd get him over the border, and then they would come in and they would have this huge debt to repay the smuggler. And they would have to do whatever the smuggler said to repay that debt. And I do think there's an acknowledgement that when now we've gone from smuggler to trafficker in some of these situations, I'm particularly worried in my hometown, my small town Texas, the things that the victims were being forced to do. They may be forced to work in a restaurant, forced to sell sex, but they're also forced to run drugs, forced to help in other smuggling. And I think that we need to just be aware that while we're separating these two out, we also need to recognize that Venn diagram of where one begets the other. And make sure that as we are making sure that we are protecting, we should make sure that we are acknowledging this, because I do think, the stronger our border security is, the more money the smugglers charge to try to get you over. And I just fear of this process. The second thing that I want to flag that I'm sort of keeping an eye on, like Cindy Dyer, what keeps you up at night? Well, that's one.
Cindy Dyer, what keeps you up at night? Tell us.
The second thing that I really think, and this one is more of a problem, but I also see it as an opportunity. I'm very concerned about the problems that we see in human trafficking and forced labor in the fishing and seafood industry, not only in the distant water fishing vessels, which are so remote and so isolated, and those individuals are so at the mercy of the captain of the ship. But I'm also worried about those processing plants where individuals are being forced to process the seafood. And I think that this is something that's becoming more, people are more aware of it, but I see this as both a concern and an opportunity. And it's an opportunity because right now in this day and age, we need to find things that we can all agree on, right? I think we need to find things that people on all sides of the aisle and all sides of the issue can agree. And this is one where I think we can find great agreement. We have labor rights and worker rights organizations, trafficking organizations, very concerned about fishermen and individuals processing these seafood, but we also have genuine concern about American fishermen, American shrimpers, American fishermen off the coast of Alaska being very concerned about people using illegal practices, falsely labeling shrimp as Gulf Coast shrimp, and those things are no more a Gulf Coast shrimp than I am a Gulf Coast shrimp. It is not, it is a cold water shrimp. And I think that we could take this area where you see we have two people, two sides of the issues. This is an opportunity. So I feel like it's something that I'm concerned about. But I feel like there's an opportunity. There's an opportunity for coalescing around this, but also an opportunity to, as Dr. Johnstone was saying, using technology, like they have those Wi-Fi enabled things that allow fishermen, even in far reaches at sea, to communicate. So this is an area where I think it's within our ability to make a positive change.
Yes, thank you. And that leads me to my last question. So what are the next big priorities for international collaboration at OSCE or for where you're at to eliminate forced labor and supply chains in the coming decade, let's say? What would you suggest, Doctor?
Well, I think much of that I've already alluded to in terms of improving coordination, information sharing, and leveraging technology to be able to do so more efficiently. We are very committed to supporting not only governments, but also civil society and the private sector through tangible hands-on resources, raising awareness, doing capacity building, both events, but also, like I said, sort of through publications, trying to be really tangible and practical, and understanding the way in which the nature of the crime and the methods of traffickers continue to evolve. So I think for us, that's one of the biggest priorities, is that we continue to look around the corner. And even if we can't stay ahead of the traffickers, at least we help keep up with them. And a big part of that, I think, is helping on the private sector side, both incentivizing, as you said earlier, transparency and due diligence in supply chains, hopefully having more consistency of approach and regulations, and that will improve the enforcement, and also adding, I think, an increased emphasis on remedies for the victims of human trafficking throughout supply chains.
Thank you.
I'm going to mention something that is probably not as deeply relevant to y'all, but it is something that I've kind of had a bee in my bonnet about, but I do see some changes. I do think that one of the things that I have observed is that, you know, and you can look at the trafficking victims, the tip report and see this, or any document, and like the number of victims that we think exist, the number of victims lower than this who actually access services, that have access to services, and then the number of victims whose cases are prosecuted. There's like this huge, huge drop off. And one of the things that I've always thought is that it's really hard to prosecute these cases a lot of times because the victims have gone. They are in hiding, they are afraid, we don't know where they are, the prosecutors. And I have long thought that we have often said, well, it's the state that has the burden of proof. You know, the government has the burden of proof, but really the government's kind of shifting that burden of proof over to the victim, and shifting that burden of proof over, and it becomes the victim's burden to prove that the trafficking occurred. And I really don't like this. And one of the things that we have seen in other types of crimes is you can go to trial without the testimony of the victim. Because if you couldn't, we would not prosecute murder cases. And we prosecute murder cases in every courthouse in every country. Nobody says it's a shame he died. It was going to be a good case. You know, we prosecute those cases. It's harder. And the thing is, it's not just that you have to prosecute them differently. You can't wait till the prosecution becomes. You have to investigate them differently. And that's the key. The thing about a murder case is, those investigators on the scene who are conducting the investigation know from the get-go that every piece of evidence and every piece of testimony that I'm going to put in, it's not coming from the victim. Right? We know for sure. So they investigate it differently from the get-go. And so that's why, like prosecutors, if you investigate the case intending the victim to be the conduit, well, you can't just switch that and change it if your victim becomes fearful or unavailable. You have to have investigated it differently. But it can be done. And I've been actually kind of frustrated. Carrie knows. She's like, oh, Lord, Cindy's off on a tangent. But I'm like, you can do this. And so we did this in Dallas. We started off with domestic violence cases, sexual assault cases. These individuals similarly don't want to testify. But recently, I've seen more cases where they are successfully proving up the cases without calling the victim to testify. And even as recently as last week, I mean, I'm not biased, but it did occur in Dallas County, where I created a protocol for prosecuting cases without a victim. And they had a case, a human trafficking case, where the victim said I would not testify. They didn't want to make the victim in the trafficking case testify. That's not victim-centered. That's not victim-friendly. And so they pursued it without the victim. And in that situation, the victim came and testified for the defendant. That is how fearful she was of her perpetrator, that he said, you have to testify, and so she did. And the jury convicted him anyway. So I was so gratified. I really think this is an opportunity, because if perpetrators know that they can't do it with impunity, I do think that it will make it a little bit less likely to occur. And again, I think that the broad focus, not just on the prosecution, but on the other piece too, prevention, protection. I'm not a fan of just go prosecution. That's not the solution. But it can't be the total weak link, which it kind of is right now. So I see this as a need, but I also see it as an opportunity. And I think I'll get up tomorrow and continue to work on these things. I was on the fence about it, but I think I'm going to get it.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you both for these insightful perspectives. We just thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I appreciate Dr. Johnstone joining us from Europe, where it is the afternoon or early evening, correct?
Yeah, it's about 7:30 p.m.
Right,
Yep.
so it's the evening. So she's joining us, so thank you. And also a thank you to Charity and Ambassador Dyer for that very insightful conversation. For the people in the room, we have a special edition of the Counterforced Labor U.S. Journal, the Journal, and we have an article on AI. So if you guys are interested, there's a good overview that's very brief and succinct, and that's all on everybody's table. So I'm going to call up to the stage my colleague Sarah Armstrong, who leads our Federation Division for the next panel. We're very fortunate to have Kentucky Secretary of State Michael G. Adams, who joins previous Secretary of States here At the U.S. Chamber, we've had Iowa Secretary of State Paul Pate, we've had Mississippi Secretary of State Michael Watson Jr., and now you're the third in a row. So we're hoping to get a fourth next year from a different state, but we appreciate your efforts in this initiative. So Tom Rock, too, from DHS Boot Campaign, come up.
All right. Well, good afternoon. So good to see everybody, and I'm delighted to host this session and very happy to have our panelists here today. Thank you to Michael Adams, who is the Secretary of State for Kentucky, and of course, our good friend Thomas Ruck, who is Senior Advisor for the Blue Campaign at the Center for Countering Human Trafficking at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So very happy to have you all here. And I was glad to hear in the previous session the talk about the importance of employers and employees getting engaged in the fight against anti-human trafficking. And I'm delighted to talk about how the business community, specifically in states, can get more engaged. I work with chambers of commerce around the country, so this is an important conversation for many of our state and local partners. So why don't I start with you, Secretary Adams. You started a new program in Kentucky, which is kind of interesting coming from the Secretary of State's office. Oftentimes it's from an AG's office in many other states. So tell us a little bit more about the program and why you decided to create it in Kentucky.
Well, first, thank you to the Chamber for doing this, helping us raise awareness across the country and all of our partners today. Thanks. I got that question a lot too when I started this program earlier this year. And this is not an issue where you can have too many cooks in the kitchen. And so much on this, the issue is just simply awareness. People doom scroll all day and they feel so powerless and they're suffering from compassion fatigue and they just don't know how to help anymore. They feel so overwhelmed by all that's going on in the world. And this is an issue where we don't want to overwhelm them with one more thing, but we want to show them that you can be part of the solution. Because this is something that's being combated successfully. And there are great stories, and Tom has one from my hometown, of people who've been rescued through this program. So this was an issue where I thought, I'm the chief election official, that's where I spend the vast majority of my time and energy, but I'm also the chief business official of my state. And so I've got a direct link to every business functioning in my Commonwealth, whether it's a local grown business or out-of-state business or a foreign business. I've got a link to all of them. And so it occurred to me, why not use this as a platform and try to reach them and help make them partners? So we're not asking every business to join KBAT, although they're all certainly welcome. But we're really focused on ones that have foot traffic, ones that, convenience stores, hotels and motels and so forth, places that actually are gonna be able to see people who are in this situation so they can help spot this and report it.
Excellent. Now, it's pretty new. It's a program that you just started in January of this year. Tell us a little bit about how the program has evolved over the past 6 months.
Well, I was sharing with Tom earlier, it's getting harder at the state level anyway to get attention. Washington is so much a solar eclipse on the rest of the country right now in terms of information. It's harder for state officials, local officials to start something and get more attention. But we've managed to compete. And so this started off as primarily a media thing where we were reaching out and doing a lot of TV and other interviews in the Commonwealth. And over time, it's evolved to more of a travel the state, visit local communities, and sometimes it's public and sometimes it's private. It might be sitting down with local law enforcement or sitting down with local business leaders, in many cases, the chambers of commerce in our communities. It might be a public training like one that Tom came to Louisville for back in April, right before the Kentucky Derby. That was actually horrible timing as it worked out. We had 100-year floods that week, but we went off without a hitch, and it was a great way to get media attention, and Tom can tell you more, we actually rescued someone at that conference. But something else that we do is, and I'll talk about this more later, is that we do private trainings as well for individual employers.
Excellent. So, there are a couple of states who are doing programs like this, and you obviously did your research and learned a little bit more. Michael mentioned some of our partners, Iowa and Mississippi, have been engaged. How did you make this a little bit different so it was customized to Kentucky using some of the lessons learned from other states?
Well, I first want to pay homage to Secretary Watson, Secretary Pate. They've been in this space for a long time. And I've borrowed a lot of great ideas from both of them. And I'll confess, it was repeated nagging from Secretary Watson to say, you really need to make this a priority in your administration. And he was right. And I'm really glad that we've done that. So we've tried to take all their best ideas where we could, and they've been strongly encouraging of that. But something else that we've done, I'm not sure that they have done, is the private trainings. And so the ability just to go somewhere and to sit down with a business, it might be 2 employees, it might be 200 employees. It really just depends on the business. And to have, certainly we want media attention where we can get it, but sometimes that's not what's called for. Just to have a private meeting in a venue like this and sit down with people and be able to train them. And we get help, of course, from our partners in the nonprofit space. But to train folks in a lunch and learn sort of environment where everyone's more relaxed and it's not a media event, that's been actually really helpful to our efforts as well.
Even though it's very new, you've got 6 months under your belt here, how do you measure the success of the program, and how are you trying to look at that in terms of next steps?
I guess one metric is how many partners we have. And we do have going on 1,000 partners, but the key again is who are the partners. And so if every business in Kentucky could be a partner, that would be great. But if it's a home-based business that sells arts and crafts online, I'd love to have them in the program, but that's not really what we're after, is the number of businesses. What we're after is the type of businesses. So especially to have the convenience stores working with us, the Hotel and Motel Association working with this, our chambers at the state and local level working with this, that gives us real penetration into communities that you can't just get with an arbitrary number of businesses. So we've been very strategic about what that growth looks like.
And then looking on the past 6 months, obviously you're fine-tuning things. What's on the horizon in terms of what's next? How do you develop and continue to build the program from here?
So I think it was important to have our kickoff public event in Louisville with Tom, because that got a great deal of media attention, and it was right before the Derby when everyone's paying attention to Louisville for a couple of weeks a year. That was helpful, but we don't want to let this be seen as an urban phenomenon purely, because it really isn't. And something that I learned, I really had no idea until I looked at the stats, is that actually it's southeastern Kentucky that has the greatest incidence of this. I'm going to Russell County, and Tom's going to join us. Russell County, Kentucky is a small little population. It's not too far from I-75. And I-75, like all the interstates through Kentucky, is a major crime corridor. It connects the Canadian border and Miami. And so we have drugs on I-75. We have this. And so for us to have a presence there, it's a big deal. The Cumberland region of our state actually is one of the hotbeds for human trafficking of all places. So we're doing a public training there. It's in cooperation with the local rural hospital. We're going to have the hospital staff, EMTs, law enforcement, state and locals, everybody there. It's going to be a major event. And it's important to do this at the urban level, but also the rural level.
Right, that makes a lot of sense, and human trafficking doesn't take place in certain parts of states. It's all over, and of course in all 50 states, so it's a really important topic. There are obviously ways that individuals are brought into different states, and is obviously through airports. Are you all involved in Blue Lightning? Does your program interact with that? How's that work?
We're not directly involved with them, but we do have members of KBAT that are our partners. So for example, and this is a case in contrasts, we have our biggest airport and maybe our smallest airport. CVG, Covington, that's the Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky Regional Airport. It's the busiest airport in our state. It's a Delta hub, it's a DHL hub, it's a major airport, and they're partners, but so is the airport in my hometown, Paducah, Kentucky, which has 2 flights out a day. They're also partners, so it really runs the gamut.
That's impressive. 2 flights a day, and they are engaged. So challenge to all airports across the country. You have no excuse, right? Well, thank you. Let me switch over to Tom. Of course, you've been in this industry and work for a very long time. And I'm sure everybody knows a little bit about the Blue Campaign and the work that you do. But would love for you to talk a little bit about the importance of what Secretary Adams talked about is the partnerships. How have you been working with other states? How have you been working with Kentucky specifically? And what would be good for the audience to hear about?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the conversation all day long today, you've heard the word partnership in many different ways. And we're in a building that houses the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It is probably the expert in farming partnerships. You know, there's no question about that. But how do we do it on a level that is effective in what we're trying to do in regards to human trafficking? And I think the National Association of Secretary of States, and now to a degree the National Association of Attorney Generals, has come up with an idea that makes sense because, as you know, every business in Kentucky has to somehow register with you. And it's that way in every other state. I mean, you can look at Mississippi, you can look at Iowa, you can look at Georgia, you can look at Idaho, you can look at Oklahoma, all these states doing this at this point in time, and it's really just the power of being in that state and wanting to do something. As the Secretary said, no, you're not going to get everybody, but you have the opportunity to present that to them. And if there's an interest, you can do something. And I think that's the power of the partnership, is that this business, that business may be part of it, but this one not. Well, why not? And it's that conversation that they have at the local level that talks about what they do. And it does include training. It does include, you know, constant reminder of that you're part of this program. And here's the things to be vigilant about and what to look out for and move forward. And that's the power of what this is. And I think it's great that the states are getting involved. Almost, I won't say every state now because there's a lot that still aren't, but I don't understand why they're not. In fairness, it makes sense when you're talking about human trafficking.
One of the things that we talked about in previous discussions is the importance of just getting started.
Yes.
And many states may be worried about doing the wrong thing, or the concerns around how the process of starting it up. What are some of the missteps or maybe misconceptions about getting a program running that you can try to dispel the myth and encourage people to get started?
Well, yeah, one quick story. I've been dealing with one state now for 3 years who said, we really want to get our program started. And they're still trying to get their program started, okay? And my advice is just go do it. Start, and let's get it done. And don't worry about the mistakes. Just keep moving forward and keeping it going. And I think that's what you have to look forward to. I commend the Secretary of doing it in Kentucky. He's looking out for the well-being of the people of Kentucky and every other state that may go up and down 75 and go for it. And that's what it's all about. You know, we're America, but we're, so many states and different states, but we're all people. We all have to be together. And human trafficking is a crime that isn't nice. Nobody likes to talk about it. It may not be well recognized, so we have to do the training to get out there and do it and reward those people for being part of the training and keep, how can I say this? Keep the action in front of them. If you see something, say something and keep saying that. Reward people who do it. Don't chastise them. Oh my God, that wasn't trafficking. Don't ever do that again in a hotel situation or something of that nature. The key is to just keep moving, get it done, and just keep going forward. Yeah, there's going to be tons of mistakes. We all know that. You're not going to do anything perfect the first time, but the key is to keep that momentum moving forward. And that's how people just really will get involved. But again, the NAS, the National Association of Secretary of State's program is fantastic. The BAT program, Business Against Trafficking. The Attorney General's offices are doing something a little different, but it's basically the same thing. Let's get our businesses involved in finding human trafficking and doing something about it, and that's the key.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on what the AGs are doing and what you're seeing the National Association of Secretaries of State doing? That would be helpful.
Yeah, it has to do with the state or the state rules, I guess you would call it, or laws. Where does the business have to report? And some it's the Secretary of State's, and some it's the Attorney General's office. So it really, relies on what state is doing, and that's where it is. But it just seems like the Secretary of State's are just, there's a few that's just gangbusters, of course. But it's not as powerful as the Secretary of State program right now, and I don't know why, okay? They all have access to information. The Secretary of State's program is great. The Attorney General's program is great. It's just, is that something that state wants to get involved with? And it's a push. And I think the fact that Secretary Watson, Secretary Pate, Secretary Adams have pushed it, they realize the importance of it, and that's what's making the difference in those states versus being different. They're all the same program. We're trying to fight human trafficking, and that's the key.
We talked a little bit about the importance of partnerships. Can you elaborate on some of the key partnerships that you think are most important for a state to get engaged in? And maybe Secretary Adams, you can talk about a little bit more about the partnerships that you established in your new program.
Well, I think that we've heard today many, many times is don't be afraid of partnerships. They're very good. If you are missing a part of the program, you don't have to do it all by yourself. Go get a partner. But the partnership has to be a win-win. It just can't be for one person to take all the benefit from the partnership. And as you look for a partner, decide what it is that you need. Do your homework, do your research. Let's find somebody. If I need awareness, am I going to go here? If I need somebody who can distribute, if I go there. If I need people who can volunteer with me. Make sure you know what you want to do and what you're going to offer to them. Because that's the key. You have to offer them something, else they're just going to go by the wayside and it's going to fall off the door. The programs that the NASS works on is beautiful because they supply information back to those businesses. They make them feel they're part of the community, and it makes them feel like, hey, I'm really making a difference. And that's the key.
Secretary Adams, how did you decide which partners to use? What was the theory behind some of the partnerships?
Well, one is the fact that I've got this role as the business official. I've got immediate access to any business in the state, so that was really obvious, and it was modeled after what my colleagues are doing. But something else I learned, I made most of my career here in Washington, actually, before I moved back to Kentucky. And my first job here was at the Department of Justice, and I was in a management role in the Deputy AG's office, and my job literally was try to get just parts of the Justice Department to work with each other, because there's a natural inclination to silo. It's just human nature. And so recently I was invited to join a task force to address massage parlors in Louisville, and it's a cooperation of the mayor's office, the county attorney, the attorney general of the state, me, and others. And it's like an obvious thing. Of course, we should be doing things like this, but we're just starting because we just thought of it. There's so many opportunities for cooperation in government that we eventually, fortunately, realize we should be doing all this all the time across the board.
It's more of not, it's also that the people involved can't get proprietary. They can't get mad if somebody else does something or somebody else does this better than them or whatever. It's a combined effort to do it together to get to that common goal. And that's what we're looking for in these programs. Absolutely.
That makes a lot of sense, working together in partnership rather than worrying about who's getting credit. The most important thing is assisting our victims, right? In terms of some of the work that you've done, Tom, how do you look at the hurdles the business community may have in getting engaged? What obstacles have you observed in your work?
Oh, this is going to be a really simple answer. Just getting started. Okay? That sounds simple, but you have to say, okay, what do we have to do? What are our resources? Do I have any money? What partners do I need from the state to make it work? Do I need Chamber of Commerce's? Do I need local NGOs? Do I need faith-based groups? Do I need big employers to get behind it? At least have some of that plan in mind before you go out and do it. And then just go do it. That big employer may say, no, not now. Okay, so I'll go to somebody else. Have a backup, have two, three, have four behind you so the program can roll out successfully. Don't wait too long to roll it out. Just roll it out and get it done. Like we did in Louisville. It was unfortunate half the city was underwater. But we rolled. It was a great success, and we had all kinds of businesses there, and it was the first event, and you could really see the people involved, and they wanted to get involved, and that's why they were there, because they cared.
We had a success story from that one too. You want to share?
Yes. Well, it was a Thursday, Wednesday morning, or something of that nature, and at a break, a lady came up to me and she said, "I need help." I said, "How can I help you?" She said, "I'm being trafficked and I don't want to go home." I immediately at that time took her to you, and through all the resources we had, and if you would go ahead and carry on with the story, but that's the first time in all my speeches and talks that that's ever happened to me. A lady was actually there to be rescued that day. I'm not going home. I'm here. Move forward. It's fantastic.
You want to share the rest of the story and
Yeah,
how
we asked, how'd you hear about this program? She said, oh, I saw it in the news. And what I like about that is she didn't see it in the news after it already happened and there was coverage of the things that we had to say. It was the fact that the media reported that we were going to have the conference. So there's a role here for the media, just to have that little 5-second hit or 15-second hit just to advertise that these things are going to happen really can help folks. But we referred the case to the Louisville Metro Police Department, and we were able to correspond with the investigator who was assigned to that case afterward, and it was successful. She was extracted.
Congratulations. That was a very good ending to that event, and
Yes.
probably not one that you expected to occur in more of an informational and awareness setting, but you actually, and I'm so happy in all your career that was the first time that you've had that experience.
Well, as you know, I like to get out and talk to people. So I've never expected that result before, or that response to me. It's usually, oh, how can we do this? How can you do that? Do you have any materials, or how can we work together? But it was a very, I want to say humbling experience, but wow, it made it real, very real. And I think the Kentucky people who were there, the advocacy groups were there, the police, all the other supporting partners were there. And I just hope she's surviving well and getting healthy.
I'm so glad to hear that. Last question for both of you is, what would be the most important takeaway for the audience to think about and take back to their states, take back to their organizations? Secretary, I'll let you start first.
So I want to have a little bit of totally objective self-criticism. So a couple of years ago, I launched with great fanfare a program to get businesses to partner with us to promote voting. It was not successful. Businesses did not want to get involved in politics, even at the very generic level of encouraging their employees to vote. Because what if these employees vote a certain way, or these, right? Like, they just stay the heck out of it. This, as another panelist said just before us, this is an issue that we can all agree on. There's no ideology here. There's no politics. There's no partisanship. There's no geographical differences or cultural differences. We're all against this. Everybody in America who's not a criminal is against this. So this is a great issue for us all to come together. That's a big lesson that we've learned, is lean into that. And so we've had a lot more success with businesses here.
That's great.
Let me do this. A while back, I was a panel moderator, and I asked everybody, if you had a magic lamp, what would you wish for in regards to human trafficking? And one of the individuals said, tend it. Okay, yeah, thank you, but how? Okay, move forward. But it's interesting. Every speaker today, every panel member today is involved in human trafficking. We're all trying to make a difference. And that's the key. Don't give up. Keep moving forward. And if you have a hurdle, find a way to get around it. Because hurdles are something that most people stop at and go back. But I guarantee you, everybody in this room doesn't. I think they just keep moving forward and they don't stop. It's the old, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, type of thing. And that's what's important here. We're all professionals. We all know about human trafficking. We wish it could stop, and we want to do what we can. And just by doing your part is what makes it all that it can be. So that's great. And thank you, Chamber, for having us. That's great.
Good advice. Just get started if you haven't.
Yep.
Continue on if you have. The mission is great, and the work is important. So thank you both for being here. Secretary Adams and Tom, our good friend. Appreciate you all. We'll turn it back to you, Michael.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you to my colleagues, Sarah Armstrong, Secretary of State, Michael Adams, and Thomas Ruck from the Boot Campaign. Let's give them one final round of applause. I'm going to call up onto the stage in just one brief moment, Narik Esla-Dahan from Survivor Alliance. I've known her for 5 years now, just about. I mean, that we met during COVID, so she was with United Way Worldwide, but she's since changed roles. She's been very active with Survivor Voice and lived experience experts, so I'm going to have her introduce the panel, and she can go from there. So thank you for sticking around for the final panel of the day as well. So thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would love for my fellow panelists to come join me up on the stage, please. So Alicia, Father Spiro, and Kevin, please come up here. Again, my name is Narit Gessler-Dahan, and I am the Deputy Director for Survivor Alliance. Our session today, as we can see, is going to be learning from survivors and lived experience experts. I think everyone today, we've heard a lot about everyone being sort of in this fight together. And one thing that I want to touch on, Dr. Min Dang, who founded Survivor Alliance, she often talks about the fact that our anti-trafficking movement isn't really a movement. It's a professional sector. And I want to start with a quote about what a movement is. And a movement is a set of people with shared experience of justice who organize themselves to build their collective power and leadership, develop a shared agenda for change, which they pursue through collective action with continuity over time. So our last session here is about learning from survivors and lived experience experts, but I also think it's important that we ground ourselves that the anti-trafficking sector has started as a sector. It didn't start as a movement, as many other movements do, with the people directly affected. The mission of Survivor Alliance is uniting and empowering survivors of slavery and human trafficking around the world to become leaders in the anti-trafficking movement. So I've had the privilege over the years of working with government, working with business, being in the nonprofit sector, and every single person here today has talked about the need for collective action and collective work. But that really does demand a systemic approach. We can't do this alone, but really critically, the work must be grounded in the voices of leadership of survivors and those with lived experience. So we're really glad you're sticking around for the end of this. And with that, I would love to introduce my esteemed panelists. My list on my paper is not in order, so I'm going to actually reorder this. Next to me, I have Alicia Kozak, a motivational speaker and survivor and customer specialist at LexisNexis. Father Spiro, Dr. Peter Spiro, who is the director for the Freedom National Ministry, and Kevin Malone, a senior advisor on human trafficking at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So for our first topic about learning from lived experience experts for the panel, and I do have some specific questions as well, but really understanding from your perspective how you define ethical engagement and what it looks like in practice. So I'm going to turn first to Alicia. Can you tell us a bit about the importance of centering survivor voice, how your voice and your work has informed and shaped policy legislation and around the country and beyond?
Of course, and thank you all so much for being here and having this conversation. Like my title says, and it says many things, I am a survivor. When I was 13 years old, I became one of the first cases, if not the first case, of somebody to be kidnapped by an online predator. This was back in 2002. I was taken from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and held captive not very far from here in Virginia, in Herndon. I was miraculously rescued because he had live streamed what he was doing to me to other people online, and somebody saw this and they recognized me from my National Center for Missing Exploited Children poster. I am so incredibly lucky to be here. And afterwards, at the age of 14, I started speaking out and sharing my story in a time when people didn't know about internet safety at all. I was called a fearmonger. People couldn't understand it. There wasn't the terminology. There wasn't the understanding. And thankfully, things have changed so much over the years, and I've had the opportunity to speak now and share my story for 20 years or more in schools and at conferences and working on various legislation. But survivors' voices they're so precious. They're so precious. And the thing is that through my work, I've read so many books and I've read the stats and all these cold numbers and figures. That is not the lived experience. When you stand or sit safely and you are warm and snuggly looking at these numbers, you lose the suffering and the pain that people have gone through, and you silence the victims. And we can no longer silence victims. They are free and they want to speak out and they want to share their stories. And the great thing now is that I'm sitting here and I've sat here today, and what we can address is solutions. And there's so many. It used to be you could say, what could we do about this? And people will go, oh, guess we could talk about it. Let's get together and get in some rooms. And now we're coming up with solutions. And one of the great things that I've had the opportunity to work on is my namesake, Alicia's Law, which has passed in 12 states and soon to be 13. We're waiting on it for governor's signature in Illinois. Hopefully it'll be soon. I cannot wait. But what it does is it funds the Internet Crimes Against Children task forces and the groups that help rescue children from online crime. They are so completely overworked and underfunded. I have sat and I've gone to conferences and I've been in rooms where these law enforcement officers literally hold hands and cry because they see this horrible content day in and day out, hour by hour, and they know there's only so much they can do because they do not physically have the resources. And so Alicia's Law helps provide those resources. But there's so much that can be done, and I'm just so glad that we're doing it and we're bringing survivor voices in, and this isn't an outside concept anymore, that we can speak up, we can be loud, but we can also be heard and have it count. So thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, and I think we're all going to be keeping our fingers crossed for that next state. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin to talk a little bit. At HHS, what guiding principles do you use for ethical engagement with survivors, and how does this inform your work?
Well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. I was in Major League Baseball for 17 years and ran teams, and then I owned a Mercedes-Benz dealership, and I felt God was calling me to fight this evil. So I've been doing it for 11 years now, and 2.5 months ago, I was appointed to be working at HHS under Secretary Kennedy and his MAHA approach to help people be healthy and their well-being. And since I don't have any real firsthand experience other than the survivors that I've gotten to know over the years, I've taken some notes because I think what's important is what survivors have to say. And I have to say that honestly, when I first got into this fight, I felt like God was calling me to be a voice for the voiceless, but what I've learned is not only do I have a voice, but I have to help those that have a voice be heard, to increase and enlarge their platforms so that those that have lived through these different evil occurrences, and it is evil, it is spiritual warfare. I don't know where you stand on that, but this is fighting evil. This is some of this stuff is demonic. But anyway, I'll save that for church on Sunday. But some of the notes I made is I realized that I don't have the lived experience, but it's best that survivors are involved from the very beginning. They're the experts. They need to be heard. They need to be a part of the process. They know how it happens and what real recovery looks like. Survivors need to be a part of this work, as I mentioned from the beginning, helping to shape strategy and not just reacting to it. We need to hear from a number of voices, not just the one story. And one of the things that stands out to me is the contribution that survivors make that can be made isn't just what they know or what they've been through, but it's their knowledge. It's the skills that they possess to bring change. And I've met a couple of times with the U.S. Advisory Council on Human Trafficking. It's made up of entirely of survivors from all over the country. They advise the federal government on policy, and they offer what they believe needs to be done to help fight this fight. And I've learned a lot from them. I've been on a couple of calls with them since I've gotten this job, and not only do they need to be heard, but what they suggest and what they recommend needs to be acted on. And I'll move on after this. So I think what's important is, for me, Ori Freeman is a survivor that I got to know many years ago when I first started out in the fight. She was trafficked from 11 to 15 in Los Angeles. And I would consult with her and get her opinion on certain decisions I was making because I'd gone into the nonprofit space, and that's where I came out of. 11 years I was in the nonprofit sector fighting trafficking. And then again, I've been here 2.5 months at HHS. But then I added Ori to our board of directors to get her more involved in what we were doing in the nonprofit work that we were doing. And then when I accepted this job at HHS, I gave over the reins to her. So Ori Freeman, a survivor, is now running a couple of nonprofits that I started. Who better, an amazing young lady that's living in Dallas now, and she's engaged to be married, and she's a thriver. So I love to hear the success story. So thank you for sharing, and thank you all that are here today that are fighting this fight. We all have a difference to make, and we're all difference makers. So thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. One of the things I've heard just from you, but I've heard it a few times today too, is, we all sit here wearing different hats. We sit here as leaders of our organizations, as parents, as individuals in society, but we're all people. And I'd really, as you're mentioning this sort of individual space and what that means, I want to shift it over to Father Peter for a second. Our sector has a tendency to really emphasize like the work aspect and the professional aspect, but it's important to recognize that we as individuals do play a role in this ecosystem. So from your perspective, and it's a very different perspective that we're bringing into this room today, what do you think the average person understands about survivors of human trafficking? What can they learn? And what does ethical and respectful engagement look like inside of your ministry?
So first, I'm not a normal priest, and you probably, if you talk to me, you'd realize that over time. But the reason is I do 3 different things. I work for Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, so I work as the chief chaplain for all the other agents in the state. Also on the trafficking unit, specifically dealing with all things that are faith-based related with human trafficking. I also run a foundation I started that deals with assisting human trafficking survivors with educational, vocational expenses. We do canine, equine, art therapy. We have a boutique that's free for survivors, hair salon services, hygiene products, and a 12-acre retreat facility. In addition to that, what's on the board is I am the director of the national ministry that I started and our Archbishop in the United States has sanctioned for speaking on human trafficking and representing the Archdiocese nationally and internationally. So I have I straddle all 3 worlds: governmental, NGO, and faith-based. So when we talk about the survivor experience, so my foundation has serviced over 120 survivors since the beginning of the year. We have graduates that we put through school, but one of the things that, or a couple of things that I would like you to maybe shift your eye on is, number one, we talk about having survivors help with implementing laws. But one of the things that I see and I hear from survivors all the time is, what am I going to do? How am I going to support myself? How am I going to get a job? What job is that going to be? So I would encourage all those in this room and listening and that have a footprint in some type of organization is to make space to employ survivors and to employ them not out of pity or out of some side thing over we'll just give them a job, but to really find out what they're passionate about and to offer a space and an opportunity for them to have a career. Because if they don't have a career, what are they going to do? What kind of jobs are they going to have? And unfortunately, we see that if they're not sustained financially, it opens up a lot of doors that were previously closed. So I would say that's one particular aspect. The second thing that I see with ethical treatment is I don't have a church per se, like a parish where I listen to people complain about other people and all that kind of stuff all day long. I went through that for 25 years. Now my chapel that I have 2 different services. I have one for the Bureau and then I have for survivors. So my congregation, if you want to call it that, is all survivors, human trafficking survivors. One of the things that I see all the time is the wrestling with, does God love me? How does he love me? And how does that play out in services? And we see, you see good services offered for survivors and some that are not the greatest. But to understand that everyone is wrestling with the same questions. They're wrestling with coming to a new place in their life. They're wrestling with, how am I going to provide for myself? Can I trust this organization? Can I trust this person? And faith-based organizations, unfortunately, are a hub for a lot of traffic cases. So my ministry is from the beginning, from training, from clergy to parishes, and that also hits on the consumer side too, because you have a lot of wacky people that go to church that are going to be consumers of traffic victims. So dealing with that, training, the Bureau of being on the unit, and then the post trafficked situation to deal with the survivors. So.
Thank you, Father Spiro. I think that your work is intersecting a lot of different spaces. And so one of the things that, we're talking about is the ethical engagement, but specifically, how are then people learning from the lived experience experts, and how do you work with all of these different places, I guess, to ensure that there is the ethical engagement, to ensure that what you're, I was going to say preaching, but that sounds like a bad term for the moment, but that what you're saying is actually, being, let's say, enacted in the community. How do you go about that knowledge sharing and, working with the community to also be able to live up to the ethical engagement that you're also working with?
So in my particular area, I've networked with different businesses that will employ survivors. So that's one of the things that I do as a positive for the foundation. But I also try to get them the experience, whether it's vocational training or educational training, so that they can do actually what they seek in their life. But speaking about, if you get a rational person that you're talking about human trafficking with, they're going to understand, and I think that was mentioned before, that it's not a partisan issue. It's a human rights issue. It's a dignity issue. So when you are engaging and trying to transition a survivor from the services to actually living, that's where engaging with businesses and saying, is this something that you would consider doing? And I have different businesses in the Tennessee area that will employ survivors as soon as I refer them to them, even if their skill set's not there, just so that they have a job, just so they don't fall into poverty and fall back into vulnerabilities that don't need to be there.
Thank you. I think it was Tom that mentioned earlier this struggle of just getting started. And I think that's something that we hear a lot. It's very daunting for businesses, for institutions in general, to really understand the process of learning how to ethically engage with survivors and lived experience experts. All of us in this room are probably at different places in our journeys. Some may have been doing this work for 20 years, but actually have just begun the process of engaging with lived experience. Some are new to the work and are trying to figure it out. Some of the questions we get, pretty frankly, are like, where do I start? How do I train my staff? How do I mitigate my supply chain issues? What is a trauma-informed workplace? What the heck is trauma-informed mean anyway? What if I do it wrong? What is ethical engagement? These are really big questions, and this thing of, yes, I need to get started, but like, how do I get started? So I'm gonna turn it over to Kevin for a question, which is, you are here today in your HHS role, but you have held so many roles inside of this anti-trafficking space that we're in now, but also government, business, NGO. Can you talk about how you began engaging with survivors in these different places?
Well, I think when I feel you've been called from God to fight this fight, that you go where the fight is. You run to it to make a difference. And we know that human trafficking is a public health issue. We know that Secretary Kennedy, and I want to thank the OTIP office at the Administration for Children and Families. Catherine Chan is here. She's been fighting this fight with OTIP, the Office of Trafficking in Persons at ACF, for many years now. So they have been educating me on what's been done in the past and how we can best make a difference. I'm always the one that you bring in to fight the fight. I was an athlete. I played professional baseball, and I say that just to say is that I like to compete and I like to win a lot. And what I've learned and what I think I heard earlier was that the importance of teamwork and unity, and we all have to work together. We have to collaborate, and I've heard that mentioned a few times. I was honored to be part of President Trump's Advisory Council, Public-Private Partnership Council in 2019, 2020, and we were able to use we had different people, different sectors represented, the business sector, academia, and the NGOs, the nonprofit sector, and we tried to figure out how best we could offer advice to the federal government, to the different agencies. And it was an interesting group. There was 11 of us. There was 4 never-Trumpers. I don't know how they passed the vetting contest, but they did. There were 4 always Trumpers, and there were 3 in the middle. But we, as you mentioned, Father, we worked together because this is should be a nonpartisan issue, and we're able to offer some suggestions to the different federal agencies. I think one of the clearest takeaways from this experience was that the public-private partnership collaboration isn't just helpful, it's essential. We have to work together. And I heard someone mention silos, the Secretary of State from Kentucky. Being here 2.5 months, I've been amazed at how many people are working in silos. And I think part of being in Major League Baseball and putting together championship teams, you have to break those silos down. And I know the reason they're there, and it was mentioned, but when you grow up playing in sports and you play team sports, you learn the value of the other teammates and how to depend on them and how to work together. But it is essential. When we listen to survivors, we invest in frontline organizations and coordinate across sectors. We move from intention to impact. And here's what I would say to businesses. I own a Mercedes-Benz dealership in Los Angeles, and then God called me into this. So we know God's got a sense of humor in some ways. I don't drive a Benz anymore. But the demands, I've been here for 2.5 months, and unless I bring up demand reduction, I never hear anybody talking about demand. When are we going to go after the buyers, the purchasers? I don't ever hear anybody talking about that. And I'm going to force my way into these conversations all around Capitol Hill and in the White House and bring this up, that we've got to stop men from doing this. Is that easy? No. But I think, what businesses can do, and in one of my nonprofits, we work with different businesses in the Tampa Bay area, and here's where some of the things we mentioned to them. What businesses can do: train all your employees on human trafficking. Sign proclamations to protect your community. Make it known what trafficking is and how you can fight it. Enact business policy changes. That includes through HR and through trauma-informed policies. If someone in your business gets locked up for solicitation, there should be penalties. Businesses have to take a stronger position in this. You have to share publicly that your business is against human trafficking and that your company will and is taking action. And one, as you said, Father, you have to hire survivors. One of the things we did in one of my nonprofits was we would go to the local business and say, we'll pay for the first month's salary of this particular survivor, And then after she pans out, works out, learns, then you take over the payments. But we would pay for a month in advance. The other thing I want to mention before I forget, I had the only trafficking boys safe home in America. We closed down about 3 years ago. Why ain't anybody talking about boys being trafficked? Never hear about boys. We had a home, we helped 33 boys in 4 years provide wraparound services. Why? I've got reasons why, and I'll save that for another discussion, but we need to talk about demand and we need to talk about boys being trafficked. The DOJ says up to 36% of all trafficked American kids are little boys. I dealt with them. I know what it's like. We had a 10-year-old boy that was sold from by his father since the age of 4. We went up to Jacksonville, Florida. We picked him up. When the guy picked him up that ran our safe home, he looked at him and said, "Are you safe? Are you going to hurt me?" He had a garbage bag of all he owned. We took him to our safe home down in Tampa, north of Tampa, and we started just loving on him. He didn't know his birthday. We figured that out. We had a birthday party. He had never been to school. He's 10 years old. So we basically just provided the love that he never experienced, because not only was his dad trafficking him, he was trafficking his mom. So anyway, I'm getting off. My wife says you get on bunny trails and you lose everybody, so I'm done. Just boys in demand are something that we need to talk more about.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I think there's a lot of calls to the underrepresented populations inside of the trafficking community and how we can better understand the face of trafficking and modern day slavery, and that they all look different. One thing that I did really just hear you say loud and clear under there as well was about training organizations and businesses, remediation policies. And one thing I would say to the community here and to the business community, you've heard a lot today also about hiring survivors and centering survivor voice, and this is a great way to do so. So if you're trying to figure out how do I train my staff and what do ethical policies and ethical recruitment look like, how do I create a trauma-informed workplace? This is something that Survivor Alliance does, but also there are many survivors out there who this is their work. They will come in and help you take that first step, help you figure out how do I make my policies compliant? How do I create a trauma-informed workplace? How do I recruit ethically to make sure that I'm also not going to be part of a situation of trafficking, right? So this is another just really great starting point to center survivor work, but also within your companies. And so I heard you mention, how businesses can get involved, and I just really wanted to highlight this is a great way to also work with survivors and their lived experience expertise. Alicia, I'm wondering if you can tell us, also being inside the business community, about the work that you're doing with LexisNexis.
Yeah, so LexisNexis has done a really great job with giving survivors voices. And they brought me in from the outside, not because of my story, but really because of my work and the work that I've done. And there's something different. Like you had said, it's not about pity or about being, it's something so much deeper than that. And I'm so grateful for that opportunity to be a part of the great work that they do, and that I have a great relationship with law enforcement over the years, and now I can help provide tools and give resources to them through LexisNexis and our work. But one of the great things that they do, and I'm very excited to talk about this, but first I want to go back to my story, because I had mentioned how I was rescued, and it's important to get this part. So while he had me, he had live streamed what he was doing to me to other people online, so broadcasting it, and somebody saw it who was watching it because they wanted to, and they recognized me from that missing poster. Now, it was somebody who, I was taken from Pittsburgh, taken to Virginia, and then somebody in Florida recognized it. And this was in a time when this man had to run out to a payphone to make that call. But it was an absolute miracle that everything fell into place. And now we have the tools through technology that it doesn't have to be left to miracles and through chance. And LexisNexis has developed a great program called the ATOM program, which what it does is it puts out those posters and that information to where that child may have been directly. So where they last think they were or where they have been. And it's sent out to those businesses, those people who are on those tracks, but also for our 25-year anniversary, there is now a dashboard that is available to the public so that anybody can access it at any time. So it's not somebody who, like this man, was reading the newspaper or turned on the news for a couple seconds and saw my poster. It is that we can have this information across the globe and within people's hands within seconds. And you might say, okay, well, your story is different. You were kidnapped. And what happened in my case was truly tragic in that I was first considered to be a runaway. And I've had this happen, and it's been a frustrating thing over the years. I actually was at a conference, and somebody was getting up, and they were reading missing children posters, which was beautiful. But this person got up, and they read this poster, and they were like, oh, this one says runaway. That's not that important, and set it down. And I kind of freaked out a little bit because that's so terrible, because every child is at risk when they are missing. They have needs. They have so much they need to survive, and then somebody can come in and swoop in and give them those needs and take them down a terrible path, and that happens so often. So through the ADAM program, we are able to get those posters out there, that information out there, and take it from being chance and the potential for a miracle, possibly maybe, to a true active chance where there's action being taken directly.
Thank you, Alicia. That makes me think of the two we heard earlier talking about our healthcare program and what it means to integrate different technologies. And inside of what I just heard you saying, interestingly, underneath there, you know, I laughed when I saw LexisNexis. I think I actually asked Michael, is this the program I used to use in grad school when I was doing research? And it's like, oh my gosh, yes, it is. But we also have an example now of an organization, a company that is working that hires survivors using expertise to also be part of a solution that can be generated for the public and that every business in here can use. And that is a great look at how business gets involved, but across all of the different platforms that we're talking about here. Before I close out the panel, I do want to ask all of you, you know, we've talked a little bit, I just keep looking at Tom and here and just keep going. But really, everyone had to start somewhere. You founded, you know, your organization. You've founded an organization. You have also founded an organization. And it takes big work. For everyone in here that's really sitting here like, how do I get started? And, you know, you hear the, yes, just do it. But what are some practical ways to just get started?
I can take it, sure. I talk again. So it makes me think back to when I was little, not too little, but when I was little-ish, my mom would leave and she would say, be good. And what she meant was like, I guess don't have a party, don't do something bad, don't do something wrong, right? She didn't say do good. Well, what does do good mean? There's be good, which is you don't do the wrong thing, and then there's do good, which means you step outside and you actually take action to do the right thing. And that's what we need to do. We need to, it isn't just as easy as, yes, getting started, but that first choice to do good, to make a difference, to stand up. I have learned through my work that there is so much evil in the world, true, utter, total evil. And I've also learned that there's so much more good. Look in this room, look at all the people that you work with. There is so much more good in this world. But the problem is that good is quiet and polite and isn't willing sometimes to stand up and be loud like evil is. Evil is brash and scary and willing to do whatever is necessary. And we kind of need to take not that same frame necessarily, but that willingness to make the right choices and to just step up and do good, not just be good.
I feel that. Hello? There we go. I feel that once you start the work, the good people will come forward. And I think that trepidation of worrying about how you're going to get funding and who's going to help with whatever organization. I think it just shows up for you. And I think a lot of that is a leap of faith and having a disposition that is focused towards the good, like doing good, like she just said, that is key. But to trust that the cream of the crop are going to rise to the top, and they're going to be there to fill in gaps that you didn't even know you had, and to answer prayers and answer need that you knew you had, but you didn't really know how to get that answer. And I think, again, this is a great forum. Thank you for having me and us. And I don't want to speak for everybody, but I know everybody feels the same. But it comes, and you do the right thing. And at the end of the day, this is the preachy part. What are we doing anything for? I mean, what's the point? We're all going to get old. We're going to die with nothing. You're not going to take anything with you. So what's the imprint you're going to leave on humanity? What's the imprint that you're leaving on whatever God you believe in, or whatever your faith-based is? What are you trying to do and to develop? And I think that calling and that itch to do the right thing should be driving all of us. And I know that it is because you're here, but just to focus on that and say, what am I doing to help another person and to lift them up? And at the end of the day, when we're all in nursing homes and we can't get out of our beds, we're going to look to the hands of someone who is going to lift us up and help us. And I think we don't have to wait to do that. We can do that now. And that can start with a kind word. It can start with a prayerful disposition. It can start with a small donation in whatever area, or it can just start from just awareness. And also taking an inventory of what really drives us. And if it drives you that humanity is suffering in the largest crisis of all time, then you'll do the right thing, and you won't really worry about how the sausage is made. You'll just package it up and start moving forward.
Well, I think two things. I think that the saying that we can't make all the difference in the world, but we can make all the difference for one, something like that. I know I messed it up, but I think when you look at this challenge, I think some people get discouraged because it's such a big problem and they don't know where to start. But I thank you for saying just start somewhere. But I think when I first started hearing about it, I reached out to experts, people that were already doing something, just to try to figure out, well, what are you doing? What needs to be done? What are you not doing? And I think to get started sometimes is that you support someone that's already in the fight, someone that's already doing the work. And I think for businesses, I think it's a real challenge that there are real opportunities to really be difference makers because you've got a difference to make. And I think that, you know, owning the Mercedes-Benz dealership at one time and running Major League Baseball teams, there are unique opportunities, you know, that you have that you've been blessed with. So I think when more is given, much should be given back. And those that are owning businesses or running businesses have a real opportunity to focus some of what they're trying to accomplish, not just the bottom line and how much money you make, but how many people have you helped along the way. And I think once all said and done is that's going to mean a lot more than I had 200 Mercedes I could drive every day. So what does that mean? What's it matter? I mean, how important is that in the overall scheme of things? But I was able to use the resources we had and the influence that I had because of either baseball or owning a Benz dealership to be able to help survivors, to be able to get other people engaged in the fight, to be able to encourage others, to be able to try to get ahead of this. I never hear many people talking about, let's get ahead of the problem. Let's get upstream. How do we stop this before it happens? What are we not doing? What are the root causes, and how do we address those? And I think being creative in ways that we maybe haven't done before, and as you guys are talking about, taking chances, being creative, taking risk. And I like to fight, but I speak oftentimes on why I think fighting is honoring to God, and we can talk about that, but fighting for the right things. But so I just encourage businesses just to get started in some way, because the blessings that come with helping others is significant, and I'm thankful that I had those opportunities and I learned from others. So,
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Alicia, and thank you, Father Spiro. You know, as we're rounding out today, and we sit here and we're talking about the importance of business, and we're talking about the importance of government, we're talking about private partnerships, public partnerships, we're talking about individuals, and everyone in this room is an individual. And no matter what institution you're in, and whether you sit in comms or HR or operations or finance, there is a role that you are playing, but I do also want to remind everyone as individuals and invite you to be part of the anti-trafficking movement, not just the professional sector. And to do that, to really be a movement, to really shift the needle, we need to center the voices of survivors and lived experience experts. And what that means for all of us sitting here is to examine our power and where we have it. If you can hire someone, do it. If you can shift the policies in your organization and bring in an expert to do that, do it. If your communications platforms have the ability to do that, do it too. But I would just invite you really to sit back and think about your role in this sector, and then take a moment to put a different hat on and think about your moment to be inside of a much larger movement, and to use your power to center the voices of our lived experience experts and to bring that richness into your businesses, into your organizations. And I want to say a big, big thank you to the Chamber, and I will turn it back over to Michael. Michael has been such a champion of this work for years. I know you've said this, but everyone in this room says it. But really, Michael, thank you so much for having us here today. Thank you for centering survivor voice and for continuing to do so. And thank you to my panelists and everyone who's here.
So I want to thank the sponsors for today's event. For the last time, we could not do this event without your support, so I appreciate that. It's on the screen for the live stream. It should be up there on the banner. So thank you again to our sponsors. I have one challenge for everyone. It's not so much a take-home assignment as it is a challenge, which is July 30th is Wednesday. It's UN what recognizes as World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. If you know one business, this is a challenge. There's two options. If you have one business that you know that you can nominate for the joint awards, go onto our website and nominate them on that day. Or if you've learned something from this conference, which I think everybody, including myself, has learned something, and you use social media such as LinkedIn or any of the other professional networking sites, please feel free to learn the one thing that you learned at this event. I will send out photos, and you can tag yourself in the photo in your organization as well if you're interested. So that's the challenge. In terms of going forward, we're going to be having that A21 award ceremony plus the conference on November 19th. So I'll send a save the date notice closer to Labor Day for that event. And also, this is very important. If you are watching on the live stream or here in person and want to partner, please contact me directly at mbillet@uschamber.com. I don't know if I will respond right away today, but I will respond sometime this week to that email. And if you're not a member company and you're watching, please consider joining the Chamber. The power in the Chamber is in the numbers in our network and in our partnership. And the bottom line is you do not have to identify yourself as a Chamber member unless you self-identify. Our board of directors are on our website and they self-identify, but everybody else is private. You don't have to say you belong to the Chamber. You can come to me, say you want to work on a problem, and the problem is how to combat human trafficking, and I will work with you on solving that problem through our task force. So with that, I want to say this program is adjourned, and thank you everyone for attending.